And I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. Sorry.
I was thanking Andrea earlier because every time I closed out of one meeting and I went to my email to find the link for the next meeting, it was at the top of the email. So it was great. So thanks, Andrea.
You are welcome. Thank you. I see Councilmember Weinberg, you joined us, and Vice Mayor Meadows, you've joined us. Can I hear you both?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear Vice Mayor Meadows.
Hello, hello.
Oh, hello, hello. I think I've got short-term memory. I think you've already checked once. Too many meetings. Thank you. Mayor Enander, I heard you earlier, but let's check again.
I'm here.
Okay, good. I can hear you.
And we have the city manager. Do we have the city attorney?
I do not see her yet.
I think we'll wait on the city attorney, please. And I'll echo what Nisa said about your help, Andrea.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I apologize for the earlier link.
No worries.
I have to manually put in all these links, everybody's email for each meeting.
Hey, Andrea, speaking of links, did we get Laura Simpson on copy?
She's here.
She's here? Okay, perfect.
Yep, she's here. We're just missing the city attorney at the moment, as far as I can see. So Dia, I see you, and we're just waiting a moment. We're missing someone important to isn't joined our meeting yet. Thank you. And there she is. Yay. So I think we're ready to go, Andrea.
We're ready. Yes.
Okay. Well, I will call to order this regular meeting of the Los Altos City Council on Tuesday, December 14th at 7:05 p.m. Would the city clerk please call the roll and establish quorum?
Yes. Councilmember Fliger.
Here.
Councilmember Lee Ing. Uh-oh.
You're muted.
Councilmember Lee Ing.
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Councilmember Weinberg. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Here.
Mayor Enander.
Here.
Thank you. All council members are present.
Thank you so much, City Clerk. We'd like to next do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have joining us tonight Dia Venuprakash. And Dia, tell us which troop you're from and where you go to school and what grade you're in.
I'm in second grade. I go to school at Oak Elementary, and I'm in troop 60078.
Great. And thank you for offering to lead us in the pledge tonight. Would you go ahead and begin?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your coming this evening and for your patience. And good luck with school this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. We just came out of closed session and I have nothing to report from the closed session. So we'll move to changes to the order of the agenda. Does anyone have any item that they wish to change around the order other than something on the consent calendar?
Aren't we going to hear from the city manager?
Just a moment.
Okay.
Okay, no changes. I do note that we have one item that was removed from the calendar. Mr. England.
Thank you, Mayor. I was able to speak with the president of the Friends of the Library over the weekend, and we decided to have the event at Lacey for the first quarter of next year as we work on the larger discussion about the Friends of the Library permanent position with the city.
Great. So that is why that is not on our agenda this evening. Just super. Thank you so much. And I'm very appreciative of the Friends of the Library who are working with staff on that issue. So I'll next move to public comments on items not on the agenda. Clerk, do we have anyone from our attendees who would like to speak on matters not on the agenda?
Madam Mayor, so far I see 5 hands that are raised.
Okay. Clerk, would you please give them all 2 minutes?
Sure. Let me get my timer ready. Okay, so our first speaker is Duncan McMillan, followed by Janet Corrigan. Oops. Mr. McMillan?
He looks like he's still muted.
There he goes.
Okay, there I am.
Yay.
Shall I begin?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Duncan McMillan. I am from Los Altos Hills and a volunteer with the Friends of the Library, but tonight I'm speaking only for myself. My previous written comments supported the Friends' request for a waiver of rental fees at the community center with 2 justifications. First, a special relationship exists between the city and the library. In turn, the relationship between the Friends and the library plays directly into that relationship. All of the Friends' revenues are earmarked for the specific activities of the library. I draw your attention to the Parks and Rec Family Puppet Show in September and the Family Concert in November, both held in the soccer field, and the Family Holiday Craft Program at the Community Center last Saturday. The funds from the Friends allowed the library to support those city activities. Hopefully you've noted our logos there. We hope that sort of partnership can continue. That brings me to the second justification. Without a waiver, there will be no more community book sales on campus. Effectively, no money is left for the libraries. What had been free for 44 years at Hillview and remained free at Lacey will otherwise cost us $11,000 per sale. The waiver request was taken off the agenda as mentioned tonight since the city again offered Lacey for the February sale. Looking down the barrel of an $11,000 rental fee, I can appreciate why the Friends president and our sale manager took that offer. What I ask tonight is that you consider the Friends waiver request at the next as your next consent calendar, even if it is just for February sale, just for starters. If approved, I am sure the Friends will quickly move their February venue to the community center, which will be a big, impressive event for the community center and a great testimony to our continued partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan.
Our next speaker is Janet Corrigan. Janet?
Good evening, and thank you. I would like to cede my time as a member of the public to Scott Spielman, if I may.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Our next speaker is John Bear. Mr. Bear?
Good evening. I'd like to say congratulations to Mayor Enander. Um, Delighted to see your appointment to the mayorship. I think the community, many in the community recognize, but perhaps not everybody, that you have distinguished yourself through your hard work, your thoughtful input, and your broad outreach to residents in the community during your 3-year tenure on the city council. And as a resident of this community, I really appreciate the hard work and effort you have put in your role as a member of the council, and certainly looking forward to your leadership on the council over the next year. So congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Bear.
Our next speaker is Terry Couture.
Cede my time, if the council will allow, to Scott Spielman.
Okay. Our next speaker is Janine Valadez.
Hello, good evening. I'm a park commissioner, but I'm speaking as a resident, and I want to make a quick comment because in the just prior housing element study session, comments happened prior to the presentation and any official clarifying questions or comments from the commission or the council. So I couldn't really talk to the issue I'm going to raise today, which is it would be really nice if the city staffed some personnel to actually respond to questions and comments submitted at the city's housing element website. I have spoken to a large number of people who have interacted with the website, and none of them have received any answers to their questions or comments. And I include myself in that, but I'm not writing this only for myself. I'm writing in behalf of a bunch of people that I know that have. In the meeting, our new mayor, and congratulations, Mayor, solicited community engagement with the process very avidly, and I thoroughly appreciate the sentiment. However, it's my experience that engagement will wane in terms of if the communications channel is not really a two-way street. So I would highly encourage that some effort be placed in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valadez.
So our next speaker is Scott Spielman. Whoops. Mr. Spielman?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. I will take care of the timer. You go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to offer some thoughts to council about the coming year. I do appreciate how this city rotates mayors every year to share the leadership and the demands on a single person. Welcome, Mayor Enander. I also want to acknowledge the hard work, dedication, and time that our previous mayor offered to the city. No one knows but you of the sacrifices you made in serving the city this past year. Thank you now, Council Member Flieger. As the city enters 2022, I'm concerned for its finances. The uncertainty about how much money the city has is a dark cloud hanging over the city. I believe we have millions in unfunded pension liabilities that hopefully we're going to take care of tonight. We do have a $10 million loan, which limits our financial flexibility as well. Clarifying our financial needs to be our highest priority. Until we know our real financial status, we should make financial decisions carefully. Excess funds from the American Recovery Plan should be put in the general fund until we know what our financial situation truly is. But what are our other priorities? Meeting our housing requirements is certainly has to be one of them. And maintaining our infrastructure is also crucial. How are we going to come up with the 2,000 housing locations that we need. That's a big issue. But also, given that our police station is old, floods, and has other limitations, this should be a high priority. Our buildings are tired, limited, or even in disrepair, including the Grant Park Center, the Lacey Building, Halsey House, and I know you're going to look at Halsey House again tonight. Thank you for that. Our buildings and grounds have been neglected for too long. The fact that the Grant Park Center has no functional kitchen or decent electrical system for years is inexcusable. Our seniors would benefit immensely if this center were brought up to where it should be. I urge council to delineate their priorities, budget to them, and develop plans for them. Our finances may constrain us, but please make a plan. At times, council has made premature decisions before doing due diligence. Let me offer 2 examples of things that I think the council decided upon too quickly. The MOU for the theater working group should have been delayed because our financial status is so incomplete and troubling, and also because our housing plan is incomplete. And furthermore, because the theater working group offered no written preliminary plan. As a practice, the Planning and Financial Commission should weigh in on land use and fiscal impacts before making such decisions. A few months delay in this case would have been prudent, I believe. In parklets, while I am totally in favor of parklets, they do a lot for our residents and for our restaurants. We do not have a city assessment of the maintenance costs to the city, what the impacts are to retailers, and why other cities are taking their time to figure out their parklet plans. Some cities are considering charging a monthly fee for cleaning. Has Los Altos determined who is responsible for the cleaning and maintenance of the parklets? Again, delaying this decision a few months would have been wise. So please don't rush your decisions this year. I also want to encourage council to be more thorough in reaching out and listening to residents. A number of residents feel that their voices are not heard, that their letters are not answered. We heard that from a previous caller, and that suggestions are ignored. Please seek to improve your communications, seek resident perspectives, and listen. Make your meeting minutes more thorough and conduct your meetings more efficiently. Not many residents can stay up beyond 11 p.m. when some important decisions are made at council meetings. Also, it would be nice to see improved teamwork in council. Last year, council did not take appropriate action when a council member was unfairly targeted by the public and falsely accused of being a racist. I also suggest that condescending statements and attitudes directed by one council member toward another or towards residents are not appropriate. We are all in this together. Lastly, make staff a priority. The backbone of any city is its staff. Council can take strides in making Los Altos a great place to work, and I would encourage this council to be very involved in doing that for staff. Thanks for listening, and we all wish you a successful year for our city.
Thank you, Mr. Spielman. Thank you to those who yielded their time. Do we have anyone else, City Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor, there is no one else indicating a desire to speak.
Okay, so with that, we will finish public comments on items not on the agenda and move to the consent calendar. Are there any items that any of my colleagues wish to pull? I see a hand from Mayor Flagger, or Councilmember Flagger, sorry. It'll take me a while to get used to that.
Thank you, Mayor.
And then Mr. Weinberg, and then Councilmember Liang.
Thanks, Mayor. And I would like to ask that we remove item number 10, and I think it may be 10 alone, because I know we added a 10A, so I want to make the distinction. It is the council assignments. I would like to remove that item from the consent calendar.
Okay. Mr. Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Flagger. I was going to ask to pull the same item. Madam Mayor, I don't need to pull anything else, but I would like the record to show that I am voting no on item number 6. I will vote yes on everything else remaining on the consent calendar. But item number 6, the Halsey House funding appropriation, I am voting no.
Okay, I'm going to deal with that, I am going to ask that when we have a motion on the consent items, that we separate them and that we do a separate vote on number 6 for that purpose. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item number 2, and that is alt housing.
Okay, so we're pulling item number 2 and item number 10, and we are going to separately vote on item number 6. Is there someone who can make a motion on the other consent items? Councilmember Fliger?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve items 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10A.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Meadows seconds.
Second.
Oh,
City Clerk,
Okay.
would you please call the roll on
Yeah.
the motion?
Councilmember Lee Eng,
yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
and Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank
Can
you.
I have a motion on item 6?
I will make that motion as well, Mayor. I move that we approve item 6.
Do I
So
have a
moved.
second?
Second,
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng seconds the motion on item 6. Would you please call roll?
Yes. Councilmember Weinberg,
No.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng,
yes.
and Mayor Fliger, or I'm sorry, Mayor Enander.
Yes. We'll get there.
We will, yes.
I have a question before announcing a new schedule for this, for the city manager. Mr. Biggs, I believe, has the information on item 2, or is that something that you can handle in its entirety?
For item number 2, I think Director Simpson and myself and maybe the deputy city manager can provide answers, but depending on how in-depth they go, we may not be able to provide all of them.
Okay, then I would like to take up item number 2 next, and then take up item 10 after item 11. So, Councilmember Lee Eng, I think you pulled item number 2.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I put number 2 because there was no report attached. We never got any updates, any violations were reported upon or investigated upon. I'd like to understand what they found and how many units they are overseeing and what other, so I would be glad to table this until we can get a full reporting before we take any action. Otherwise, if they can, because I think the information I got back from staff was that they would work on a report. So, you know, I don't have any data to really understand if we should provide further direction unless I hear.
Okay. Are there any other questions from my colleagues? Otherwise, I will take any public comment. Seeing none, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Looks like we have one person, Terry Couture.
3 minutes.
Okay. Terry?
Hi, it's Terry Couture, and I'm calling in as a member of the public, not as an Art Commission committee meeting member. I have a lot of concerns regarding the affordable housing contract that you're going to make. Like Councilmember Liang said, I do not see enough data. In the past, many years ago, there were all kinds of discrepancies with the officials that were overseeing this. There were things that weren't done properly. There were people that should have been applied that were applied that didn't get it, and people that applied that shouldn't have gotten it. So I just want to make sure that the people that really need affordable housing are the ones that get it. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. England, I know that you received some other queries from council on this matter. Do you want to address what Councilmember Lee Eng said, as well as any other questions you received?
So the other questions were more around if this is a service that staff would be able to provide. And the answer is not in our current configuration. We'd either need to bring on additional staffing who specialized in administering low-income, below-market rate housing, and probably create a housing division like other cities see. This was another question was whether this came about through a competitive bidding process. And the answer to that is it did. Los Altos, unsurprisingly, has a very small amount of program and below market rate units to administer. The interest in the marketplace was not substantial, I'll say it in the response, but Alta Housing was the selected provider. With regards to reports, I wouldn't have the information that Councilmember Liang requested this evening. And she is correct when she said that our response is we could work with Alta Housing to provide those reports back to council.
Do any of my other colleagues want to make any comment? Councilmember Lee Eng?
Continue this item to the next council meeting, and then we can get a report to accompany this item.
You're
before
breaking up.
approval.
Can you, I'm sorry, you broke up really badly. Can you start over with your request, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not your
I
fault.
would like to table this. I would like to table until we can get a report on item, so I can make a more informed decision or get information that may allow us to provide. So like I have the information needed to vote on it. So that's my,
I'm sorry, is that your motion? Again, you broke up.
yes, that's my motion.
Okay, is there a
That's
second?
my motion.
Is there a second? I have a question for the city manager. City manager, have you had, or can you have conversations? Are you confident you can extract this information from the prospective contractor? Have they, because they have been doing this task up until now for at least, what, couple of years? I'm not sure how long.
Mayor, the reports back we got when I talked with staff about this is they don't provide the proactive reporting, but they do provide reports when requested. So I would assume that we would be able to get the information that council was seeking.
Okay, so I would like to offer a substitute motion that we accept and execute this contract subject to the provider giving us a current status report prior to the execution of the contract, a status report regarding the number of units at various income levels that are being managed, when those were last validated as to the qualifications of the residents, a turnover, some turnover data on those, as well as sales data for sales units compared to the rental units. That would be my substitute motion. Mayor, Councilmember Fliger, I see your hand raised.
I'd be glad to second. Oh,
Okay. So you accept the substitute motion, Councilmember Liang?
yes, I'd be glad to second your substitute motion.
Okay. Then are there any further discussion or questions from my colleagues?
So Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
I'm definitely supportive of approving the agreement that staff has brought forward to us this evening. My preference would be to separate the two things as opposed to make it contingent or subject to Alta House providing all that documentation. I agree with Councilmember Liang that that's important information and I would like to review that data as well. But my preference is to do the motion as a standalone. And separately, I know Councilmember Liang prefers motions, so maybe do a separate motion directing staff to bring that information to us.
Councilmember Liang, will you accept that as that we divide this motion to an approval of the contract item, and then direction to staff in a separate motion to obtain that data and come back to council with it?
Well, it's important to keep it information.
I agree.
So I'd like to keep it as one motion.
I will accept the Councilmember Fliger's suggested amendment and that we consider this as two motions. So Councilmember Fliger, do you wish to second my amended motion that and it will be in two motions. The first motion will be to accept this contract as provided by staff.
Yes, I do, Mayor. Second.
Will the city clerk please call roll?
Yes. Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
I abstain because like I said, I can't make a decision because I'm missing the information.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
and Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes.
And I will now move that we direct staff to collect the relevant statistical information previously noted. And I want to be clear that to the public, as well as I know my colleagues understand, that we are not entitled to, nor do we seek any individual information on any individual. That is private information and is not disclosable. And I think 60 days ought to be plenty of time, even with the holiday break, for it to come back. So I would ask for this within 60 days. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'd have a friendly amendment.
Go ahead, Councilmember Liang.
Mayor, I would say, and I don't think it should take 2 months to get it. So if you don't mind, I'd like to motion that within 30 days, please.
I will not accept your friendly amendment because of the holiday season, that I just want to be practicable about things. So I'll stick with my 60 days. Thank you. And I believe I have a second from Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
So City Clerk, would you please?
Yes. Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
and Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. We will now move to the discussion items, beginning with item number 11, objective standards for single family residents. And I would like to turn this over to our excellent staffer, Ms. Liu.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Staff actually didn't prepare a PowerPoint. It's just that we have incorporated the comments and directions from the last council meeting to the updated resolution of the agenda report for your consideration. So if there's any questions or for the direction, that staff are here and more than happy to provide any answers. Thank you.
Okay, I think maybe one way to proceed with this would be to put the red line up and to walk through the red line and make sure that we have concurrence on the changes. City Attorney, raise your hand.
I believe that Eric is out in the public and needs to be transferred to a panelist.
Nope, I'm here.
Oh, good.
Okay, I didn't see you, so okay.
Thank you. We want to make sure Eric's where we can hear him. So I'm not sure who can handle the red line. Is there someone who can handle the red line?
I can pull the red line right now.
That would be greatly appreciated.
Can everyone see my share screen?
Can you make that bigger?
Press it.
There we go. So let's just march through the resolution and then the various appendices and see whether we have any comments or changes on the red line. Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, thank you. So in the red area here in the red line, I want to acknowledge where it says to address California's affordable housing crisis. I think it would be better to say housing and affordability crisis, because all the laws are written to address California's housing crisis, including affordable housing.
Any objections? Ms. Flagger, your hand is raised.
No, I support that change. I was actually going to ask to completely take it out because, at first I was going to ask or a city attorney or deputy city attorney to explain the source of this language, because I know it's not the clear written intent of SB 9. I think this is our attorney attempting to capture what we discussed the last time and in reviewing a staff report. And so I support the change that Vice Mayor has suggested, or I'm also comfortable completely taking this out because there's no clearly stated intent in the legislation.
And I would concur with that. So I'd be fine with taking it out. I see Councilmember Weinberg.
For the reasons, Madam Mayor, that you and Councilmember Flagger said, I support taking it out.
So that's at least 3 of us. I see.
I'd agree with that too.
Other heads nodding. So I think the concurrence is to remove that. So we can go to the next one. Okay. And any comment
Mayor,
on
are we
this?
going to make
Yes.
the change as we go through them?
I'm going to
Mayor, are we going to make?
Yes, we'll have staff will make those as we go. I'm not going to ask the person who's driving the video to try and make the change at the same time. But I'm confident that our city council and other staff will take care of this. Ms. Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. If we have changes that are not red line changes, for example, I had a question on the first page that wasn't a red line change. Do you only want to do red line changes?
No, it was not my intention to bypass any other change in between. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes. So do you want us to go back, and if so, to which item?
So under item number 1, and this question, I think it's for a deputy city attorney. It's the sentence that starts applications to construct. Eric, should that read dwelling units and not new single family residences? Because under SB 9, you can construct different types of dwelling units, correct?
Well, you can construct primary dwellings under SB 9, and it doesn't prevent you, if you don't do the lot split, to do ADUs as well. And those would be governed by our ADU ordinance, which is addressed in the new language in number 2.
Right, but the language right now says applications to construct new single-family residence are subject to approval under SB 9. Should that be applications to construct dwelling units subject to approval under SB 9? Shall comply with the objective standards.
I mean, I'm fine with that language. I'm not understanding why it's material, but that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Could you repeat that so that I can write it down?
We can have a vote on it. So dwelling units as opposed to single family residences for the reason you stated in answering what could be permitted.
And I would support that change. And I'm seeing nods from Councilmember Meadows, Mr. Weinberg, Ms. Lee Ing, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Mayor, I have a problem with how we're versus how we used to do it. I think it's a little bit more confusing for me as well on the changes we're making and someone just capturing it. Because if I, when they're typing it out, I'd like to be able to, I can visually catch mistakes if I can see it. So it is normally within practice that we see the changes made as we do them.
So let me ask our staff, are you comfortable trying to manage changes into this document as we go?
Sure, I can try. Let me
Okay, so
pull-
let's go back and take out the first red line whereas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mayor, the last changes, they were just done and everybody just took notes and incorporated them into here. So
Right, but we knew that it was going to be coming back for us to look at again, whereas this time it is our very strong goal to approve something tonight.
Okay.
And I want to respect the council members' request that we be able to see the document as we would be approving it.
And if I may, sorry, go ahead.
John, do you have this handy in Word? Maybe that would be the easiest thing.
That's what I'm trying to pull right now.
Okay.
So Mayor, since
Yes.
we didn't really have questions and we kind of entered into the working part, did you want to take public comment while they're lining this up, or?
That's a really good idea. Because rather than just do this as questions and comments.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. So City Clerk, do we have anyone who has comments on this?
Yes, at this time, there are 2 hands raised.
Okay,
Shall we begin?
please.
How long would you like?
3 minutes, please.
Okay, so our first speaker is Peter Mills, followed by Mehrous Ahi.
Good evening. This is Peter Mills. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Great. My name is Peter Mills. I live on the south end of Solana Drive near Almond School. And the comment I'm making is to request that the city build into their new objective standards for single-family residences to implement SB 9, a special requirement for houses that have a backyard or a back fence on very narrow one-sided streets. So Solana Drive, along with Westminster Lane and Yerba Santa Avenue, and maybe others, I'm not aware of others, are all narrow streets with houses on one side and backyard fences and hedges on the other side. And we think that it would be prudent, primarily because of safety reasons, that if SB 9 allows subdividing lots that back onto these streets, that the city should require access for both the lots and any ADUs be from the current street where the current house has access, with no access in the backyard fences on Solana Drive or Yerba Santa Avenue or Westminster Lane. These 3 streets are very narrow, and they're too narrow to give emergency vehicles easy and uninhibited access when there's parking on both sides of the street, along with delivery vehicles, garbage trucks, and construction vehicles. Any ADUs or subdivision is for the convenience and financial benefit of the owners of these lots on North Avalon, Los Altos Avenue, and Raquel Lane. These are the streets that back onto the small streets. And they should not be allowed to inconvenience residents on the smaller, narrow streets at the back of their lots, which would cause additional congestion and impede emergency vehicles for these residents. The downside of the additional density should be borne by the homeowners who build the additional density, not by the residents of these small streets. The third point is that gates in the back fences would mean that egress is happening between hedges and large bushes, and that would be a hazard for pedestrians and cars. The fourth item is right now, garbage trucks and other large vehicles have a very difficult time turning around at the end of the cul-de-sacs, and any additional parking would make this even more difficult and lead to damage for parked cars. My last point is what is now one house with 2 cars could easily become 4 houses with 8 or more cars, and parking and traffic and emergency access on these small streets would be a disaster. So I'd be very happy to walk these streets with any of the council members to show you what this issue is and encourage you to add to the objective standards for single family residences that subdividing lots that back onto these streets not be allowed to access these narrow streets through their back fence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mehrous Ahi, followed by John Baer.
Hi, Council. Good evening. This is Mehrous Ahi from the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking tonight as a resident. There's a few things that caught my eye that I just wanted to bring up. The main thing I wanted to point out was the FAR and coverage, which are both at 35%, which is obviously the same as our R110 zone. I understand that we're trying to be sensitive and careful about density and mass in Los Altos, but currently our lot coverage and FAR numbers in Los Altos are very low compared to surrounding cities. We're one of very few cities that has 35% for both of those categories, and many adjacent cities go up to 40% or even 45%. So there's 2 reasons why I think this is important. For homeowners or developers that are looking to take advantage of SB9, in many cases, it's not enough to just split the lot. Sometimes there has to be more incentive for them. And so even increasing the coverage or FAR by 5%, it could help many homeowners decide if they want to take advantage of this. I just think that, we need to be more innovative with these standards and think realistically about what people might want to do. The other thing is, what do we want Los Altos to look like in 10, 15 years? Something like SB9, I think, is going to have an effect on the way certain streets look. But do we want to be in a situation where there's such a disparity between the homes that are on 10,000 square foot lots and the homes that are on lots half that size? So I just think it needs to feel like it's all part of the same community. So more coverage and FAR means more space for homeowners to expand, more bedrooms for family members or renters, more options for what to do with your property. A 5 to 10% increase is very minimal, but the benefits could be very significant. So I would just encourage you to take a look at that if you're able to. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Baer.
So I would disagree with the notion of increasing the FAR. One of the goals of SB9 is to make housing affordable. And if you increase the FAR, developers are going to take advantage of that and the price of housing is going to go up. So I encourage you not to change the FAR. I would encourage you not to apply objective standards to projects which are not SB9. SB9 relates strictly to projects where we have a subdivision of a lot or 2 houses on an existing lot. For houses which are redeveloped, scrape or major remodel, those should not be subject to objective standards. Other communities are not taking that tact, And while I have a great deal of respect for our city attorney, policy should drive decisions, not the lawyers. There's a disconnect between the carve out for historical and the CEQA requirement, and that needs to be addressed or better addressed. The language which takes out the 800 square feet for things like daylight plane are wrong and need to be corrected, because otherwise any project can be approved and it won't meet, and it does not have to meet the daylight plane. Lastly, I would point out that while the work that has been done to date is good, given the limited amount of time, it is relatively incomplete. And I would encourage this council to use the time between now and January 1st to reconvene the subcommittee, reconvene staff, look at what has been done in other communities, particularly Palo Alto, and have a proposal to the council right after the first of the year that brings forth far more robust objective standards. What we have currently is a bare minimum, and what will be developed under those standards will not be consistent with what we have in the housing stock presently in Los Altos. And I think it's really important for the residents and the community that we have some consistency and continuity in housing. And what we have currently really doesn't address that, including differentiating between diverse character and consistent character neighborhoods. Palo Alto's done a pretty good job. We can learn from that. And I would encourage the next 2 weeks be taken to try and make changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bear.
Our next speaker is Roberta Phillips, followed by Joe Beninatto.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi. So I do, have to agree with John Bear. We do need to get this done by January 1st, that's for sure. And one of my concerns is that not all projects are SB 9 projects. And I hope the staff will not be advocating for people coming in, trying to get them to move their project to an SB 9 project. I think that people should still be allowed to build a single family home if they want to. I don't believe that we should increase the FR, that development needs any more incentives at all. They already have a lot of incentive right now. The state has, really given them unbelievable access to our private properties. And I am very concerned about the parking and some of the narrowness of our streets and the access of garbage trucks and fire trucks, et cetera, et cetera. I'm concerned about the daylight plane as well. Of the color of houses, I think that should be added in, because nobody now today, if they went to a design review, could have a pink house. So we sort of got off the topic last time into a lot of silliness. So I hope that you can work this through this evening or call another special meeting next week so that you can get this done by, and look at what Palo Alto is doing, because there are things in Los Altos that we do want to preserve. And, what I'm seeing, I live on San Antonio Road, 2 houses right now going up that are single family houses. People do that, and we hope that, we don't have the, excuse my French, the Bordeaux effect, where somebody comes in and says, I want to do this, and staff says, well, you can do this instead, and encourage more density with people who don't necessarily want it in the first place. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joe Beninatto, followed by Sailor Safai.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Congratulations once again to our new mayor and our new vice mayor. I've emailed them directly and just want to thank them again for all the hard work. I know how much work they do, and it's crazy. I don't know why they do it. To my comments / question, it's interesting what the last couple of speakers have stated, because I've been a little confused about SB 9 and what is actually proposed in the law. My reading of it, section 65852.21 says a proposed housing development containing no more than 2 residential units within a single family residential zone shall be considered ministerially. And there's more to it after that. 1 residential unit is no more than 2. And so does this mean that all building in Los Altos in single family residential zones now is going to be considered ministerially and therefore subject to these objective design standards? Or are we going to have 2 separate processes when the law states what it does? So I know you can't answer questions from residents as part of comments, and I know what the other speakers have said, but by the letter of the law, it seems to indicate that that would be the case. So I'm very confused by that. I believe Mr. Ramakrishnan has stated something about this in the past. And, if this is true and everything's going to be considered ministerially for single family homes, then we got a lot of work to do to shore these up and ensure that they're accurate. Obviously, we got to get something on the books by the end of the year. But I know there's been a lot of confusion about this. Some people are saying yes, some people are saying no. I did reach out to Mr. Berman's office, and they've yet to come back with a response on this. And it might end up being litigated, but it'd be helpful for all of us to be on the same page about what is actually happening here per the text in the law. So that's my comment / question, and I hope we get it straightened out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Salar Safai.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Mayor, and the rest of the commission. I just have a quick questions. I have a few projects that are going into the city of Los Altos within the next few weeks. So I wanted to just confirm and echo what Joe was asking regarding the single-family residential developments and what they would require to be approved administratively, and in effect, the single-family residences that are 2-story that used to require commission, what would be additional required for those submissions and those applications to be kind of reviewed without the commission hearing. I spoke with the planning management, and they did mention that if it's a single family, it's not required to go through a hearing anymore. But I just wanted to confirm if there is any additional submission requirements for this process, or is it going to be the same as what was before? Thank you very much, and have a great night.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janine Baladas.
Hello, excuse me, hello. I'm a park commissioner, but speaking as a private resident tonight. I don't have much to say, except that something that's more qualitative. I hope that whatever the council ends up deciding favors the concept of objective standards that are applicable to all. The idea of certain set of standards allowing or constraining one set of things for one group of people or one group of builders, and then another set of standards that have a different level of permission or constraint is odious to me. It smacks of very, very slippery slopes when it comes to classifying things in different ways, which usually ends up aligning along socioeconomic strata. And that's very concerning. So I hope you all endeavor to continue down the path of establishing objective standards that are sensible and not overly prescriptive, and allow our city to continue on its growth path. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valadez.
Madam Mayor, I do not see any other members of the public wishing to speak.
Thank.
Oh, sorry. A hand just went up. Monica?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
So I am part of the Public Arts Commission, but I'm speaking as an individual today. A couple things I wanted to echo what Peter had said earlier. We live on the same street. I would say that I'm a little bit disappointed that city staff didn't look at all the different corner cases that are in our lovely city and try to accommodate streets that are narrow or have special accommodations, so to speak. And I wanted to echo probably everything that John said. And I also wanted to add that it seems like cities are doing schedule chicken right now. They're waiting for other cities to come up with their rules and best practices. And I would love to see city staff and the council look at the proposal right now and maybe come back with a special meeting before the end of the year and see what other cities have proposed before we, sign on the dotted line. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no hands.
All right, so I will close public comment, bring it back to staff, and assume that you guys have sorted out who's going to drive what here. Great. So we've removed the first whereas by concurrence, and we were working on a wording change.
Sorry, I've been
Now
talking to
been-
myself.
Does this, Ms. Flagger, does this capture what you had said? And we had concurrence, I believe, with everyone on that one. And then we had moved to item 2. And do we have concurrence on this change? And I'll just look at nodding heads, please. Concurrence on this. Looks like we have concurrence on this one. Is there anything in item 3? Item 4? Item 5? You guys are gonna have to be quick here. Item 6. Okay, now we have a red line addition in item 7. Any concerns about that addition? Item 8.
Quick clarifying question, Mayor, on number 8.
Yes, please.
So Deputy City Attorney, I just want to confirm, because the word may is used here, that someone wanting to challenge the validity of or resolution, they could also directly file a lawsuit, correct? They don't have to appeal to the City Council?
Well, if you create an administrative remedy, then people have to follow it. So, I mean, they don't have to appeal to the council, but if they don't appeal to the council, then they wouldn't have exhausted their administrative remedies.
So this is actually saying if they want to appeal, they must first go to the City Council.
Yes.
Maybe we should say shall.
I think we
That's
should
fine.
tweak it a little, because it wasn't clear. That's why I wanted to clarify what that may be.
Thank you. Moving forward. 2, Appendix 1. I have a concern that in removing the language from the act that we had previously in several places, that we've actually made life worse for ourselves than and introduced some ambiguities that we would be better to avoid. So I would propose that we restore the original language that our attorneys recommended. It is in the intent that the following standards shall not be applied to prevent an applicant from constructing at least 2 800 square foot single-family residential units with 4-foot rear set and side setbacks, because that is the language that's in the statute. And it is not necessarily the same to say to preclude a housing development project allowed under SB 9, because there's a wide window of things that can be allowed under SB 9. The core intent of why the act had that language was to say this is a minimum and you have to allow the minimum.
I concur with you, Mayor. I would like to see that language back.
Councilmember Fliger?
So I would like to turn to our attorneys to confirm that by reverting to that language, it's not limiting. I am fine if the attorneys are saying, you know, the language is talking about the 800 square feet is sufficient, as opposed to saying whatever is allowed under SB 9. So I'm going to defer to them. My preference is still to say the intent of our resolution is not to prevent anything that's allowed under SB 9. But I defer to the attorneys to give us direction there.
Yeah, and my concern is that right now, people aren't really sure all of what's allowed under SB 9, and therefore, for clarity, at least going in, that we use the language. But Eric, do you want to comment? And then Mr. Weinberg has a question as well.
I mean, effectively, either way, I'm comfortable. The original language that we proposed was more specific in, as Councilmember Renander indicated, tracked the language of the statute. We know what, if there is any ambiguity in the change that's been made, though, we know what the intent is. We now have it on record. We could rely on our own legislative history here to clarify that ambiguity. So from that point of view, I'm comfortable either way.
Well, I don't want to make it even more complicated, but
go ahead, Ms. Jolie, Ms. Houston.
So say it's the intent that the following standards shall not be applied to preclude a housing development under SB 9 or to prevent an applicant from constructing blah, blah, blah. So if we do need to rely on something that's in SB 9 that's not in that other part of the sentence, we can look to both of them, but that just might make it muddier. But I don't know. I mean, what do you think, Eric? I mean, we use the language from the statute, but then the language from the statute is supposed to be what's allowed under SB 9. So I can see the intent of just doing, we just want to allow what's allowed under SB 9, but then the first language was more descriptive. So you're looking at what's allowed under SB 9, or do you want the more descriptive sentence? And this is a policy call for the council.
Yeah, I'm honestly comfortable with whatever the council decides. So we'll take your direction on that.
Mr. Weinberg, did you want to comment?
Yeah, in general, I think that I agree with Councilmember Flygore. I think the language to preclude a housing development project allowed under SB 9 is elegant and simple. I think that the point you raised, Madam Mayor, about the lack of clarity of a great deal of this law is an argument in favor of making it clear that we're trying to comply with SB 9. However, the regs come out interpreting it, however, litigation comes out interpreting it, the language that's proposed here as opposed to what's stricken through, I think accomplishes that. I don't quite understand why you think that we are making it more difficult for ourselves by putting in the more general language.
It actually becomes more clear in some of the other places where the language was struck. I'm
sorry, I don't know what that means.
So there were subsequent places where we've done the same kind of change, and those are very more specifically more problematic. This is an overall statement. And so as an overall statement, I was more comfortable with the actual language from the statute because that's how the statute's written. The statute is constructed multiple places in the statute itself to say you cannot impose a standard that prevents construction of at least 2 800 square foot single family residential units with these setbacks. They're very specific several times in the statute about that. And so it seemed to me that we were better served to pick up the language of the statute in our standards.
I think I understand what you're saying. Thank you for the clarity thank you for the clarity on that.
I'm ambivalent if the attorneys are ambivalent. So, I mean,
perhaps if we go through where a couple of the other specific
do that,
issues are, and then come back to this, if you're okay with that.
I'm going to highlight this so we don't forget. Okay.
And then we're okay with the other strikeout that's at the end of that paragraph. Everybody's okay there? Okay, and we struck the color information.
My question, sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead.
When we strike that out, okay, that's fine. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I think if I might suggest, there are some things that we ought to be putting on a side list for phase 2. Whether we choose to do that in an urgent way between now and the first of the year, or whether we choose to do that in January, it seems to me that the issue of color is one thing that ought to be on that list. And if all the rest of you concur, we'll ask staff to start a side list for phase 2 or additions to phase 2.
Mayor, I would add, remember how Ms. Fragoni, when we were going through our goals and objectives, there were things that would go into the parking lot or some, so maybe this is a parking lot thing. We put it over there, but we will be coming back to it.
Yeah.
I actually prefer to say we're going to cover it in phase 2 because parking lots tend to become static things that nothing ever happens to.
Dead end.
Whereas
Okay.
we do have a deliberate commitment, I believe, to move to phase 2 with this once we have the standards in place that we can at least minimally live with as of January 1. So
Mayor, if I may add to that, I want to remind the council that our original intent was to come up with simple, clear, again, that's a tall task, but simple, clear guidelines to work with in the interim before we undertake a more rigorous process that involves Planning Commission and DRC review. And these items such as color and some of the other things that we'll get to, in my mind, are better with that fuller discussion. And so I completely support the use of a list for which we want our expert commissions to look at.
Yeah, and we may find that, as some of the speakers mentioned, that other cities who, and I was amused by the notion that other cities are always playing chicken about who's going to actually do their standards first, that we can have staff look at some of those other standards once they're passed in other jurisdictions and see what we can perhaps borrow. So let me move on then with the next edition of the wording in the high quality transit. Everybody's okay there? Okay, moving forward. We're okay with the sub A here. I'm watching head nods, folks. Help me out. And under D. Yes, Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, I had a question about D. I think it maybe is a typo. If we look at DB, they added and landscape, is that supposed to be a minimum of 50% shall be a combination of pervious landscape material and landscape? I mean, that, what is that?
I think maybe landscaping, would that,
I'm
the
going,
intention is plantings, so that you,
It's the question
50%.
of hardscape and landscaping.
That's
That was one of the questions we received.
Yeah, that was my question. I didn't see it answered. So that is supposed to be hardscape, not and landscape?
No, a minimum, this is a long-standing thing in minimum of 50%.
No, I realize that. Okay, but then why did we add and landscape? It shall be a combination of.
It's pervious landscape materials, which could be pervious pavers and, you know, crushed granite and so on, and landscaping being actual plantings.
Okay.
So I think landscapings works, landscaping.
Okay.
Councilmember Liang. You had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you. You know, we just heard from the public about their concerns regarding access or back access. Would that be addressed in C, where we could put something in under site width, or where would we put the concerns? I'm trying to find out where as well, where we could address
I
the
thought
concern.
about that, and let me ask the city attorneys.
yeah, so
I think that gets addressed under health and safety issues, does it not?
it does. So the fire department has certain standards for access, and I think we need to defer to those. This is something that has to be looked at case by case. I think it's going to be difficult to have a one-size-fits-all rule, and so we need to see if what people are proposing is consistent with the fire department standards. Some lots have what's called a spite strip, which would prevent them from taking access because of something on the original map. And so those can't take access from certain locations because of that. There may be situations where you know, we would have to find, based upon a published objective standard such as fire standards, that what somebody is proposing would impose a health and safety issue, and the standard is a health and safety issue that can't be mitigated. So that does allow the property owner to propose an alternative. I mean, it really needs to be addressed case by case.
So I think
just was curious where we would. Thank you.
So is there a way to, on a policy basis, discourage rear exit from a property onto the non-facing street?
So the problem is, if what somebody's proposing to do violates fire standards, then we can and we should prevent that from occurring. But if it doesn't violate a published objective standard that the fire department has given us, then I think there would be a problem in enforcing that under SB9. We could try to set up, you know, we could look at this in the phase 2 and try to create some objective standards around that. But I think that the exception is going to swallow the rule unless we have a health and safety issue that we can point to. The exception swallowing the rule, I mean, is that we have to allow the 2 800-square-foot houses at a minimum. I think it really does come down. I think we have to trust our fire experts in how to deal with that.
So, I mean, Eric, you can chime in some more too, but I mean, the problem is access has not been defined, and maybe we'll get better guidance from HCD too.
Exactly. The statute just says the project has to provide access. It doesn't even define that. So some cities have decided pedestrian access is enough. Others have reached a different conclusion on that. I have, in my view, access needs to be defined with reference to what the fire department recommends, because the point of access is to provide access to emergency vehicles.
Mr. Weinberg.
Of course, we all got the emails about the residents on Solana, and I've actually been on that road. I understand very much what they are worried about. At the same time, I don't know how we craft this to preclude. I don't know how we carve out situations where we may want access on different streets. So I'm thinking about what the residents on Solana are worried about, but maybe we have a corner lot that's being split and it does make sense for there to be access on 2 streets as opposed to 1 street. I think this should go into not the parking lot, but phase 2 and really at the very top. Because I think that the residents on Solana brought up a very important issue. And again, I've been there. I don't think that what they're saying is at all hyperbole. I think that it's a very serious problem for some of the streets in Los Altos, and there has to be a way of solving it, but we have to make sure that we're not setting a rule that precludes us from doing something that would otherwise make sense under different circumstances.
Councilmember Meadows?
I was just going to add, I completely agree. And I think there's a number of streets with that issue. And I felt like we had something that addressed that, because I knew of a house that they tried to switch their driveway to be on the backside versus the front, and the city denied that. And maybe has something to do with what's the functional front, but then that doesn't really help in the case of a corner lot where you might have a functional front and an accessible side. But I do think it's an important thing, and we probably can't fix it today, but I think we should look at it and put it in that list.
Then I'll add my voice that this needs to go on the phase 2 list, because we also run the risk of putting a proposal through a lot of grief, because it's my experience that the fire review comes way down the road in the process, and people can get very invested in a particular design only to find, after spending a lot of money with architects, that the fire department goes, nope. And so if we can find some general cases where we can be clear that this would not be allowed, and yes, you can never cover every edge case, but if we can find the general overwhelming cases and find a way to put that in our standards, I think that would be very helpful in terms of transparency to prospective development projects. So let's go on. Floor area ratio. And this basically repeats what's in our current code, and I'm aware of the comments from one of our speakers about the possibility of increasing that. I don't think we could actually change it at this point without it going through the Planning Commission. So I think we have to live with this the way it is. This might be something that wants to get reconsidered in phase 2, but I don't think we can change it now. Eric, do you want to comment? Oops, what happened here?
That is a policy decision for your discretion. So I am.
So you believe that we could change our FAR via our design guidelines?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry. Your point is that it would be inconsistent with the ordinance. I see. Correct. We would have to change the ordinance. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's an ordinance change, yeah.
Councilmember Fliger.
So my comment is section H. I thought we were there, but we went back up to the FAR. So if we go back down to H.
So I think we're all okay on E. And are we okay on the changes in the table? I think these are good clarifications. Thank you. Okay, and here we struck something. We're okay there, everybody? Okay, just go, oh, back up just a tiny bit quickly, please. Just a little bit. This is one of the places where I was not sure if we've made things better or worse by putting the unless an SB9 project is precluded, because, and this also moves forward when we look at the daylight plane. If we say that every single family house, so I'm going to use the scrape and replace example. If we say that a scrape and replace is an SB9 project, and that gives rise to the question of, can people elect to be in or out, which I think we also need to answer. But if we say that every scrape and replace is an SB9 project, then if we take out these restrictions, unless unless 2 single family units, blah, 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 basically every single family house can now have a 4-foot front side and rear setback and the daylight plane as defined. And I do not believe that that was our intention, and I do not believe that that conforms to the intent of the law. So that's my concern here.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And my virtual hand keeps disappearing. So I don't know if somehow we've changed the system. So first, Mayor, I agree with you. For this particular instance, I understand why you would want that language about the 800 square feet. I do. But my request, and we can go back to this at the end, is for that general intent section that we leave it and make it clear that our intent is really not to violate or create standards that result in violating SB 9. So I support going through exactly what you're doing, Mayor, where if there are instances that make sense where we should be specific, then that's what we should do. But that global statement, I think, is a strong statement for us to say this in no way intends to preclude us or preclude a developer from building an SB 9 unit. So I just wanted to say that. 2 other things, instead of raising my hand 10 times, I decided to save up my comments.
Okay.
On the Solano Drive, I agree that should go to phase 2, and we can analyze and discuss it there and figure out how to address it. So thanks to the residents who raised it. On the issue of looking at other jurisdictions and what they have done after they have adopted their standards, and I know Palo Alto was mentioned, it's always good to benchmark other jurisdictions and see what they're doing. But as we know, we want to make sure that our standards are tailored to Los Altos, and we adopt standards that our attorneys have vetted, and we as a council from a policy perspective think it's the right thing for Los Altos. So I am fine supporting looking at Palo Alto and other jurisdictions, but in no way do I support saying, oh, if Palo Alto or the Hills or somewhere else adopted a resolution, somehow that would withstand legal scrutiny. And then specific to section H on this page, this question is for a deputy city attorney where it says as follows. I think there's something missing there. It says, so this is HA, Eric, no portion of the unit shall extend above or beyond the daylight plane as follows. But there's no list that follows. So I'm not sure if there was something there. So should we delete that? I just need to clean up because and the mayor could address this as well because it's reverting to that catch-all language. But when I read it, I realized that as follows got left behind.
Yeah, I think that's a typo.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is, you've anticipated me, council member. This is another instance where I believe we need to go back to the original language of the statute.
So Eric, I just marked everything with color and strike, so you do need to change it back.
So let's go.
Sorry.
Let's go back because I think we got skipped ahead. Oops. So there we go.
All right.
Oops.
I am sorry. I have a little pest right here. Okay.
So are we, and let me just verify with my colleagues, are my colleagues in concurrence with, can you scroll back up just a little bit, please, to the prior paragraph? That in these 3 instances, one is the asterisk that applies to the table, and the next 2, if you scroll down just a little bit, the next 2 instances that have to do with a little bit more with the daylight, with the daylight plane, that we should be restoring the original language there and in B. And do I have concurrence with my colleagues? Okay, I'm seeing heads nodding with the exception of Councilmember Weinberg, who's not nodding. Okay. And do we have any other questions or concerns under the daylight plane or the daylight plane diagram?
So one quick question, Mayor, on BHB, that last sentence, notwithstanding, should it say shall be no less than 4 feet as opposed to shall be 4 feet?
Yes, good pickup. And I don't know if we're using no or not less. I think it's not less than 4 feet. I also want to point out, as long as we are here, because we have not yet hit the plate height question, that I believe one of the reasons why the plate height, the first plate height for the first floor was set as it is that that is the maximum plate height that would meet the daylight plane requirement. If you blow this diagram up way big, you will find that the plate height for the first floor is 9.3. So just remember that for when we get to the plate height discussion. Okay, are we okay on parking?
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, Ms. Liang.
So when we talk about, like, suppose we talk about parking and number 1, B1, when we say within 1/2 mile, my concern is, why do we use the word walking distance?
Because
1/2
that's
mile
what's
is
in the
1/2.
statute. This is language that's taken
Oh,
directly from the statute.
got it.
And
Okay, thank you.
they did clarify by putting the word walking in there this time, which has been a controversy in other bills. Okay, ready to go on? We did have a, stop please. We did have a question last time about plate heights. I want to thank staff for the work in looking at the work of the Design Review Commission on plate heights. Are we comfortable now with sticking with what's here under AA?
So Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Yeah, so I also want to echo thanks for staff. I want to mention, in case the public hasn't looked at it, that 25% of the design reviews had higher projects that the Design Review Commission saw had higher plate heights, but this explanation that the mayor offered in terms of the daylight plane, we didn't hear that last week, so that does help understand. I would put in the parking lot that, the commissions can also re-examine this, but along with the daylight planes, but at least there's a rationale for that, and I feel more comfortable. It is not a standard applied to all homes, but 25% were higher, but at least, as I said, there's a rationale. So thank you for that, and thank you, staff, for doing the work.
Yeah, it was really discovering the daylight plane, then it made tons of sense to me, because there would be, and I remember some of those projects had as much as 30 feet setbacks that had those higher plate heights. And so that made a lot more sense. Since we now, and I think this is something important for us to remember, we are now dealing with projects that we must approve with only a 4-foot side setback, where we have had 10-foot side setbacks for many, 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 many years. And that allows a much more invasive, crowded feel for these projects than we have had.
but it shouldn't rule out, I mean, anyway, the commissions can look at this. Not all of these units will take a 4-foot setback, and then therefore they could have a differing plate height. But that
That's
should
correct. They could have a different plate height, and that's what I'm happy to see Ms. Lou nodding her head. They can have a higher plate height if they've moved their setbacks too.
Right. And this doesn't reflect that, but we can come up with that in phase 2.
Yes, exactly. Okay, scrolling down. That's just a typo. Yes, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. On section DB, where it starts any required screening, so if staff could scroll up, thank you. Should that also be reaching to at least 15 feet?
I think that's a good catch. And then I had asked about the mature age and whether that's really sufficiently definitive. So I'd be happy to hear any comment from our attorneys on that one. You're muted, Eric.
All right. I guess I don't know enough about landscape architecture, but I would have assumed it was objective because I thought that there would be a definable mature age at which a plant would be its, sort of maximum height. But if I'm wrong about that, then let's talk about this one.
Well, mature, from what I understand, and I am not an expert either, but from what I'm understanding, mature height varies from species to species.
Mm-hmm.
So some trees become mature at 10 years and some trees become mature at 50 years.
But if for a particular species, there's a maturity age, and we know that by that maturity age, it will reach this particular height. Then
But my question and it's a policy question to my colleagues, is if a tree is going to reach the 15 to 20 feet only after 50 years, is that really adequate?
The Mayor, I actually circled mature age as well and had a question mark next to it because I thought it was vague. I didn't raise it, but I thought it was vague as well. If we're not able to solve it, I think it's fine to get something passed for January. But I had the same question about what does that really mean?
Does the council want to establish a maximum number of years here? Is that?
No, I think this is I'm sorry, I shouldn't interrupt without.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Councilmember.
I think this is a good question. None of us are landscape architects, and I was going to say that point C, I think that the 24-inch box might be an onerous requirement. I don't think we necessarily require that now. We require screening. We don't necessarily talk. So I would highlight B and C as something that, again, the commission should take into account, because I'm not convinced either of those are correct.
Councilmember Lee Eng?
I don't have input on what you're deciding, but I would have an amendment to A on that sentence. So when we resolve that, I'd like to add something.
I think we've got this. It will leave B and C as is with the one correction of at least, and then put the query in for phase 2. So go ahead, Councilmember Lee Eng. What's your question in A?
I would encourage the verbiage for A be stated as screening vegetation is required and is expected to be maintained, because a lot of people allow things to die and then they think they don't have to replace it. So, but the point is it needs to be maintained / and or replaced if it dies, or it should be maintained though, because if we've had projects where plantings have died and people don't replace them. or is expected to be maintained. Is
And I-
required and is expected to be maintained.
Any other comments before I comment?
May I interject, Mayor?
Yes, please.
I mean, is this meant to be advisory, or because these are meant to be just, you know, if you design your project this way, you get your design review approval. So I'm not sure how we.
That's okay. I'll address it in tree policy later. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we do, just for the attorney's benefit, we have had conditions of approval that I'm aware of with 2-story homes where we have specified that a certain kind of screening or planting must be provided and maintained. So it would not be, this would not be unique to these guidelines. They have been conditions of approval, but they've been conditions of approval rather than design guidelines.
Well, right, just conditions of approval for discretionary projects, and these are just design guidelines. So I guess I'm not trying to ignore the comment. I'm just trying to suggest that either it would be an advisory statement here, and we need to, but then if this is something the council wants to deal with, there would need to be another avenue to deal with it if we want to make it enforceable.
Yeah, if it's going to be enforceable, it needs to go probably in phase 2 on the requirements to maintain screening plantings, and would probably need to be consistent across all guidelines, not just
SB9.
SB9. That would need to be applied to all projects.
Right.
Right.
It could be dealt with as a nuisance issue, and we could write that into the code.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, moving on.
I think it's 2,500. It's not 2,500. We can take the and out, correct?
That's right.
So, okay, moving on. Okay, just for consistency, if we're going to bring back color in phase 2, we might want to indicate that this also is a place where it's a phase 2 tag. Councilmember Liang, you wanted to say something?
I would actually like to, if you're, I'm okay with phase 2, but I would rather, if we're approving this, just put it in and then we can address it in the future and add it in at our other, add it in as well when we do our other guidelines on our regular guidelines. So we're consistent all around, but I think while we're adding, we may as well just add it in, but I'm okay with adding it.
Add it to phase 2, because that way it's consistent with where we put the prior query about earth colored tones into phase 2. Okay, let's go on.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question on J, where it says no mechanical equipment. That's another one I had circled as being vague. I know what we intend here because of the noise and everything else, but to me, no mechanical equipment just seems very broad to say, you know, we can't have any type of mechanical equipment in the rear or side setback 4-foot area.
Does our city attorney or perhaps our new planning chief want to speak to that?
Can we tie it to that second sentence, since the intent is really to prevent having loud equipment back there or on the side?
I think that's a good idea. Do you have a specific suggestion, or were you looking for us to suggest language?
I will defer to the attorney to suggest language, but I do think if you collapse those two sentences, it will make more sense.
Would it be consistent with what the council is looking for here, for it to say something like, and I'm doing this on the fly, so I apologize, no mechanical equipment shall be located in any required side or rear yard setbacks unless the equipment would be consistent with the city's noise ordinance?
No, that is not okay with me. The problem is that our noise ordinance is truly insufficient. And so for now, we have to, if we're going to have these smaller setbacks, we have to keep everything out of there until we can straighten out the noise ordinance.
But Mayor, when you say keep everything out of there, what do you mean? Because if we can be more specific, but just.
Sure, that would include heating, cooling, and potentially water heater. So I think mechanical equipment is actually the correct thing to do. Or maybe it's permanently installed mechanical equipment.
Mayor, would it meet your objectives if it said no noise generating mechanical equipment?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Weinberg, did you want to make a comment?
I like the idea of permanent, which is a suggestion I was going to make before you brought it up. I understand what you're trying to do and why you're trying to do it, but the way it's written, if we don't have some sense of permanency, it seems to forbid someone putting a propane barbecue grill, or they're storing their lawnmower there when it's not in use. I mean, I think the sense of permanence is an important adjective.
So no permanent noise generating shall be installed in any, or do we leave it as located?
Do you want to do no permanently affixed noise generating mechanical equipment?
Because not necessarily affixed. Sometimes
or furnace, not furnace, but maybe give an example of one or two items.
I think located works, and I'm comfortable with adding permanent noise generating. I think those really qualify what we're trying to do here.
Okay, I'm good with that. Can the rest of you live with that?
Yes, but the word permanent noise generating should also be added to the second sentence. The placement and operation of the permanent noise generating mechanical equipment.
Or any such equipment.
That works.
Yeah, let's do any such. Okay.
Okay, we good? Everybody's okay with this change? Moving to Appendix 2. Here's a question. You guys want to whale through Appendix 2 before our break?
I don't know if we'll make it through Appendix 2 before 9, but I'm indifferent whether we start and stop or take.
Okay, then let's start, and when we reach a logical break point closest to 9, we'll take a break. Thank you. Okay, we all okay?
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, on number 5, I had suggested that the last sentence there, no units created under SB 9 shall be used for short-term rental. I suggested that we use the specific wording that says no short-term rentals. I think it's 30 days or less, or whatever the wording is. Because I think that would be more clear than just, I mean, because one could argue, I mean, is 3 months a short-term rental? I know it's not per our standards, but people may view 3 months as a short-term rental. But anyway, so I would like to see the specific wording, which should be something along the lines of greater than 30 days, I think. But
yes, fair point. I think that was somewhere else too, and we might got it in one place and missed it in another or something.
Okay, maybe that's what happened.
Mr. Weinberg and then Ms. Liang.
How about saying all units created under SB 9 shall be subject to the city's short-term rental policy?
I'm looking around for nodding heads.
I think it's okay because our short-term rental policy happens to be consistent with SB 9, I think. But, you know, so I guess it's fair enough.
Eric, would you perhaps look at the statute to see, doesn't the statute specifically say 30 days?
Yes.
The
It
SB
does,
9
yeah.
statute?
That's what I was
Which-
gonna say.
Which
Yeah.
is consistent with our ordinance. So what I'd like to do, if there's no objection, is say all units created under SB 9 shall be subject to the city's short-term rental ordinance, codify that, and then cite the code section. I don't have it memorized, but
Okay.
Okay.
Councilmember Liang, did you have a question or comment?
Mine was for number 7.
Hey, just a second. We'll get there in just a second. Okay, are we all okay with 5? Okay, go ahead, please.
I was thinking that the second half of the sentence should be or at a site that is may potentially be designated by the city as a historic landmark. Because I think there are concerns that some homes have not been designated and people may not know it's a historic landmark. So I didn't know if we needed to add that verbiage to clarify it.
the language that's here tracks the statute.
Ms. Houston, do you want to add anything?
No, I think we should track the statute because it's defined.
We have some other general rules that apply to all projects that would require staff to go through a certain process with respect to identifying potential historical resources, so that we wouldn't need to repeat here what the staff otherwise is required to do. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, because we'll be putting that in our checklist, and it's already in our SB 330 checklist that you have to review at the beginning. So I know, I think this is fine as written. I don't think we have to say designated. I mean, that's potentially.
I guess the concern is this is not completely definitive, since we do have some other requirements. But what you're saying is we don't have to specify the other requirements here.
No, I don't think so. I don't know, Eric, what do you think? I don't think we have to at this point.
Can I make a comment?
What we have, sorry, Mayor, I'll let you control the discussion here.
No, please go ahead.
What we have here tracks the statute, and yes, under SB 8, there are procedures for making early historic determinations that will apply to all properties in Los Altos, not just SB 9 properties. This doesn't change that, but this language tracks the statute.
Okay. So it's SB 8 that I was thinking of. Thank you very much for the reminder.
Yeah, that's the new, you have to determine you have to make that determination within 30 days. And that's requiring a DPR form or whatever form they need to produce. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And are we at the end? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. So if you could scroll back up. So quick question, and I'm sorry we're going back to the number 7. I just want to say if the recommendation is to keep the language as is, then I have no comment. So I just wanted to make sure we're keeping number 7 as is.
Yep.
And then number 8, just a quick question on is an appeal from a building official's determination coming to city council?
No, it cannot
Okay, thank
by
you.
state law.
It's ministerial, and also under chapter 1.12, it should not come to the council.
And then was that all you had, Councilmember Flagger? Councilmember Lee Eng, I think you had some comments or questions?
No, she just asked my question. Thank you.
Okay, so it's 4 minutes to 9. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Mayor, before we do the 10-minute break, can we add language, please, to section 8 that clearly states that you cannot appeal a building official's determination? If no one has any objection, I think it needs to be that a developer or applicant coming in understands that the building official's determination is final. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Lee Eng.
I thought it was discussed last time and appeals do come to city council. So I am a little bit confused. So if the city attorney can clarify that for me, that would be appreciated.
So actual decisions on a project can't come to city council. But when we brought this to the council originally, there was a comment that I thought was well taken. That is there any way that we can, if somebody objects to these standards themselves, objects to the standards, in general, not necessarily to their application to a particular project, because the standards prevent them from doing something they want to do, is there any way we can have some sort of informal process and some informal forum for whoever that individual might be to address their concern, rather than forcing them to run off straight to court and filing a lawsuit against us? And when we, initially we didn't think that there was a way to address that, and when we went back to the drawing board and thought about it, it occurred to us that if we created an appeal process and took advantage of chapter 1.12 of the city code, that would create that opportunity.
And that's where we changed the may to shall earlier tonight.
Right.
So that's a different type of review, but the health and safety of the fire official or the building official, that will not come to council. But this other one, the other one about just the application of these guidelines, could be appealed.
Was that?
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to call it at 8:58 and say we're going to take a 12-minute break until 9:10. Thank you all. City Clerk? I think we have everybody back. And if I can beg your indulgence, can we go back to Appendix 1, Section 2? I think it's D and E. I just want to double check a couple things. Okay, I think we missed, yeah, this is what worried me. I missed, my apologies. I missed these two instances where I believe we should be reverting to the prior language of the statute.
I'm sorry, what do you mean the prior language of the statute?
The language, it says 2 single-family units with a 4-foot rear and side setback and 800 square feet each.
You mean the prior language which reflects what the statute said, not not draft statutory language?
Correct, my mistake. I didn't say that very clearly. Thank you for the corrections, Councilmember Weinberg. I'm still learning how to drive the meeting and keep track of all my own notes, and I admire Councilmember Flieger for how she did that.
I'm not hearing any objection to changing that.
You'll get there, grasshopper. You'll get there.
So D and E are reverting. Okay.
Thank you. And now we can pick up Appendix E3, excuse me.
So Mayor, if I may, I had one question at the end of Appendix 2.
Okay, so we'll go to the end of Appendix 2 in Section 8.
No, the
paragraph
last, so it would be the, oh, I am sorry. It's Appendix 3. I skipped a page.
Okay, yeah, no, happens to the best of us. Councilmember Lee Eng, did you have something before we go on to Appendix 3?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to Appendix 1 on the first paragraph, because I think when you did what you did, I think it gives warrant for us to revert back on the first paragraph as well. We said we would revisit it after we go through the rest of the document. And I think if we're going to stick with Appendix 1, maybe we should just do that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. I also understand what my colleague said earlier about the general application of the statute and the intent here being to say that we're trying to be within the law. That's how I interpret this statement. Eric, is that a correct way to interpret this statement?
That is what I understood.
Yeah. Me too. And then we get more specific in the body of the document.
All right, so this does not preclude anything that we said later, but it is a general statement of principle.
Okay, I thought we just wanted some consistency.
No, I appreciate your asking for clarification and verification of that. So I think we're good. And we can go to Appendix 3. And thank you, Ms. Liu, for all of this back and forth and back and forth. Okay. So I think this goes to the question raised by some of our public commenting tonight, and the general question of where does this really apply? And I am still confused. So is anybody else confused and want to raise a question? Okay, so I want to
You want
give
me
some,
to ask?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Liang.
No, I'm glad you're clarifying it because otherwise I would have some questions.
Okay, so quite apart from the question of what constitutes new, which we're still going to have some issues about because new units as HCD defines them is very different from the way this is being interpreted here. Let me just hypothesize some examples because I think that's what's helpful for the public and what they want to understand. If my neighbor wants to scrape his 70-year-old house and put up a new single family home, just a new single family home, are they required to consider it an SB9? Do they have the option of considering it an SB9 or some other third option that I haven't thought of?
It's my view, at least, and we're getting into areas where the law is murky, as I've expressed before. It's my view, obviously, if they wanted to do the 2 primary dwellings, there's no way to apply for that unless you're applying under SB9. If it's the scenario you've described, I feel that the applicant can apply under SB9 or not. There may be some benefit in going through the discretionary process for some projects. And I don't feel that we could preclude somebody from going through the discretionary process.
Okay, so then here's the next question. If it's a scrape and replace or a brand new green site with a single family and a detached ADU, is it the same? They have the option.
Yes, because in that case, if they're applying for one as a single family and the other as an ADU, then they wouldn't need to rely on SB9.
But they would, in that case, be under discretionary on the house, which depending on if it was 1-story or 2-story would be either staff or DRC. But the ADU would proceed under the ADU rules, which is a
It is ministerial.
staff.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Before I go on, Councilmember Lee Eng, you raised your hand.
Yes, thank you. I had a question for the city attorneys. So in this area, I think I've gotten some questions from people about what's to preclude a resident from using SB9 to have their house avoid our existing objective standards, and then they feel that it's easier to get ministerial. So if like you have someone who wants to take advantage of the smaller setback, and then they file it under this claim, but it's, my concern is how do, you know, how to avoid that?
Eric, I think she's talking about the fear of the monster homes coming in.
Yes, and you know, I understand the concern. SB9 says, as one of the speakers pointed out earlier, SB9 says that you can build 2 or fewer homes, which 2 or fewer includes 1. And so somebody could use SB9 to construct a single family home, and if they meet all of the criteria for SB9, which not every home would, but I think most properties in Los Altos probably would. Los Altos is a little bit unique in that regard, I think. Then somebody could take advantage of SB9 to build a single family home ministerially, and then it becomes incumbent upon us to go through the process that we're trying to do, which I mean is essentially why we're here. How do we create objective standards if the process is going to be ministerial to make sure that we get good quality design in Los Altos while still meeting the intent of SB9? And that's really what we're trying to do. And that is what we're left with as the legislature changes the rules.
So let me ask a follow-up, if I can, to what Councilmember Lee Eng asked. If someone proposes a single family home and or a single family home with a detached ADU, with respect to the single family home, if they apply under SB9, can we enforce our current 10-foot side setbacks because enforcing those does not preclude the construction of two 800 square foot units, since that's not what they're proposing.
No, we can enforce our 10-foot setback then.
We can.
We cannot. The statute, that 4-foot setback applies regardless.
Okay, I don't remember it applying regardless. I remember it always in the context of two 800 square foot homes.
And
So
Mayor, if I may weigh in
yes, please.
on this discussion, because I know what the statute says, two or fewer, and I understand fewer than two is one. And I think this may be something HCD or the legislature will have to clarify, because without that language, I don't think SB 9 should apply to rebuilding a single family home. I think it's 2 units on a lot or a split lot. And that's what would go through the ministerial process under SB 9. Based on the current vague language, I can see how applicants may want to come in for a single family residence under SB 9 and go through this ministerial process versus going through our current objective standards for single family homes. And so it really concerns me. I don't know what the incentive would be for someone to do the objective standards over the SB 9.
And I think you
to
mean
do
the discretionary process.
Discretionary process over SB 9 or other R1 residential standards and the discretionary process compared to SB 9. So I am struggling with this as well. I looked at the language. It does say that, but I really think this is something that HCD or the legislature will have to clarify, and hopefully soon. But if we're going by the letter of the law, it's exactly what Eric said. So I don't know, I really think it's a policy decision, or attorneys are telling us what the law says and what it could mean. And I'm torn here, I really am. I don't think the intent is for it to apply to single family homes. But based on the language of the current law, it does say 2 or fewer.
Not less than, yeah.
Less
not more than, or something like that, yeah. Okay. No, and there has been some webinars recently, and the only thing that they say is this has not been decided. And HCD was at, a representative from HCD was at this one webinar that one of my partners was attending. And he said no one would say anything about what does that language mean, except that it's not clear. So no one's coming out with what it is, but the strict statutory interpretation view, which is what we're taking, would mean it could apply to one. So anyway, but if council wants to change this as a policy decision, you can, but again, we've given our opinion. So, and I think there's be litigation over this.
If I could add something, I would say that whether it applies to a single family home or not, it was not sold to the public as applying to single family homes, but the language I feel clearly does. Now, this issue of what is a new home, that is vague and ambiguous. And if you want to provide, I've given you my opinion. If you want to provide policy direction on that one, there's a lot less clarity in the law around that.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
So just to, yeah, because thank you for that clarification and my concerns. And unfortunately, what is going to happen is that you probably might have larger homes with 4 feet setbacks because we can't properly address this.
Councilmember, are you finished, Councilmember Lee Eng?
Yes, I was just expressing concern.
Okay, Councilmember Weinberg.
I think that we are all in agreement that we do not want this document to be used for the creation of the monster home. That none of us want that. But I agree with Councilmember Flagger. The language, I think, is plain, and it is unfortunate, but this is not the first time that a statute has been poorly written and has had unintended consequences. I do think that this will be corrected. I am hopeful that it will be corrected very soon, because I think it is an obvious unintended consequence, but unless and until the legislature does, I think that going against the recommendation of our attorneys is something we do at our peril. Most of the work that I do as a lawyer is at the trial level. I have done some appellate work, but at either level, when I'm trying to argue the interpretation of a statute, the rule is clear. And that rule is you look at the plain language of the statute. If the plain language is unclear, then a court will go to the legislative intent. But I don't think that the plain language of the statute is unclear here. So I think at this point, we're kind of boxed into the interpretation that our attorneys have recommended.
I will point out, which I think is somewhat ironic, that the language that deals with the lot splits is identical and says that you can do a lot split of not more than 2. So would that mean you could do a lot split to 1? That's on the face of it insane.
You want to split your lot into 1?
Could be used to argue that this is really intended to apply to 2 and not more than 2. 2 and only 2, I'll put it that way.
What you're saying is that put in context, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And I have to go back and reread the statute to see if I agree with that. But even if I do, I don't think that a court gets there. I really, truly don't. I think that to protect the city from litigation, the proper course of action is to follow what our attorneys have recommended.
Yeah.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yeah, I just want to make one point that, if you look at a single family home with an ADU, and ADUs are precluded from, again, we have to allow at least an 800 square foot ADU on any lot. And that same size is used in SB 9 to talk about their units. So it is certainly a single family home, whether it's an ADU or an SB 9 second unit, in a non-split situation. How do you even differentiate that? So I think that's another point clouding it, because you've got a single family home and then something that is an ADU or is an SB 9 unit, but it's the same exact thing.
Yeah, I think to go back to the question of why would someone go through the discretionary process, I think someone that had a larger lot and wanted different plate heights, wanted to build something that's outside of what these objective standards are, would potentially go for a discretionary review. So I think it will happen. And my question around all of this is, do we need to make clear in this document that an applicant has to make an affirmative application for an SB 9 project?
I don't mind adding that language in here. I certainly think there could be situations where somebody, because they think they can do a superior design without complying with these objective standards, might still want to do the discretionary process. So is the recommendation to add something to the effect, and I'm going to just put it here for now, but maybe this isn't the right place, that says that, an applicant shall specify in their application whether the application is pursuant to SB 9.
Yep.
And is
I'm
that
not follow this, Mayor.
So if I'm coming in and I'm just going to rebuild my house, or I'm going to scrape and replace my house with or without a detached ADU, so that doesn't matter, right? I'm going to scrape and replace. Do I affirmatively apply for that this is an SB9 project as opposed to a discretionary project.
But are we imposing a requirement on applicants? So let's play this out. Let's say the individuals, we build this into something we mandate, and the person, inadvertently doesn't put it, but then starts the process and then says, wait a minute, I want this to be a SB9. Are we saying if they fail to specify affirmatively that it's going to be a SB9 project, it cannot be?
I don't think we do that. I think this would be in the checklist. It would simply be in addition to the pre-application or application checklist, which I know the staff is very, very diligent about, making sure that every single one of them is checked and everything's filled out correctly.
And that's fine if as part of our interactive process with them that we make sure that they indicate whether or not it's SB9. I thought I heard something being proposed differently where we're going to say they need to do this or else, and I wasn't sure what that or else was.
No, I'm simply asking whether we should include as a checklist item the opt-in, if you will, an opt-in or an opt-out. Councilmember Weinberg.
Mayor, I like your suggestion a lot. I don't see what possible objection HCD could have to that. If an applicant goes forward not under SB9 and then changes their mind, they can always withdraw their application and file a new one, correct?
Yes,
yeah.
That's my understanding, and I'm going to let staff break in if they want to break in, please.
Essentially, what you're proposing is that we handle it the same way vested tentative maps are handled. So as you know, under California law, person can apply for a tentative tract map, but if they write the word vesting on the map, then it gets approved at best, but they have to write vesting on the map. So we can have something on our application checklist if it's a single family home that requires the applicant to indicate if they intend to rely on this process or not.
Yes. Yes, staff will require a written statement from the applicant to specify if it's a SB9 project.
And I'm fine with it being part of the application checklist process.
Then my question is, do we need to put something here in order to be able to add something to our checklist without getting us in trouble?
We don't have to put it here, but remember that this is meant to be an interpretive guidance document for staff that we're adopting as part of our resolution for the purpose of being transparent to the public. And so this would be an appropriate place to say that, to make sure that that doesn't get lost and does get addressed.
Okay, does anybody else want to weigh in on any of this? Otherwise, we'll move on. Okay. So. Don't think there was any other red line here, but we'll verify it. And then I'll ask Eric one last question.
Okay.
So go ahead.
So this is my question on the last paragraph of Appendix 3. Eric, is something missing? So the sentence that starts in lieu of, so third line down, almost to the end, in lieu of 2 new primary residential dwelling units, should it stay on each newly created lot? I feel like it's missing something after units right there.
Yep.
Do you see where I'm talking, Mayor?
Yep.
Okay.
Ms. Lou's already ahead of us.
All right. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make the circle here. Mr. Weinberg, anything else? Ms. Meadows? Ms. Lee Eng? Oops, I don't have you on my screen.
I just had a quick question to make sure that people are clear. What constitutes an SB9 application for remodels? I think individuals had so many questions about that. So I just want to make sure we have it on public record. If you can explain it it would be
So
beneficial for people to hear. Thank you.
SB 9 doesn't apply to a pure remodel. I think that there's an ambiguity in the law whether SB 9 has to apply to a completely new home or whether it would apply to a rehabilitated home. Until we get further guidance from HCD and from the courts on that, I think the answer is it could apply to a rehabilitated home, and there are several reasons why I think that. Then that begs the question, what's the difference between a rehab and a remodel? And so staff has asked that question, and this document has attempted to provide answers to that. But just a pure remodel where it's a facelift to the home, SB 9 would not apply to.
Thank you. I just wanted individuals to hear what the response is to that so we can be clear on that. Thank you.
Okay, I have two. I'll try to be brief. What is the danger that in approving this, if HCD later says, no, this doesn't apply to single family homes, how easy can we get out of this? How easily can we do a 180 and exclude single family homes?
Pretty easily, because the way this starts out is, I'm sorry, let me get that.
With that general statement.
Yeah.
About,
Oops.
yes, whoops.
Yeah. So, sorry, it's not here actually.
No,
it's up
Appendix
front.
1. It's the intro to Appendix 1 that we use the overarching SB 9 language.
Well, we also have language. Let me try to find it.
You're making me
okay. SB 9 contains ambiguity. So this is in the main body of the resolution. SB 9 contains ambiguities that require interpretation. Pending further guidance from the Department of Housing and Community Development and the judiciary, staff are hereby directed to follow the guidance at Appendix 3. So the intent of this is to say, there are some things that aren't clear in the law. Here's how we're going to interpret them, but that's pending further guidance from HCD and the courts. If we get that further guidance, then that would of course, that would take precedence.
So I'm just going to ask a timing question. If we were to get guidance from HCD that says, no, this doesn't apply to single family homes, how quickly or what action do we have to do to back out of that?
None. The intent of this language is that what's in Appendix 3 is only true until we get guidance from HCD and the courts. Okay. So if we get that guidance and it conflicts with Appendix 3, then to the extent of that conflict, that's what we're going with.
Okay, that's what I wanted on the record.
Hey, Eric, I know we're doing this from the dais or from our home here.
Ms. Houston, we're not hearing you. Your mic is misbehaving again.
Oh, no. Okay. So, Eric, should we say that if there's any conflicts in the newly adopted HCD interpretations, those shall supersede or something like that? I mean, to make it even, hammer it home that much, or?
Yeah, we have a general statement to that effect in 7, but we can put a further statement here to clarify that if that's what's being asked for.
Or the other thing, Mayor, is we could always just come back with a new resolution, because they once they're adopted, they're in full force and effect. So it's not
right,
like
that's usually at least a 6-week process, and a lot can happen in 6 weeks. So that's why I'm wondering if we couldn't put something in here. Mr. Weinberg, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I wanted to say that I'm not sure that I agree with the city attorney on this. Just because HCD says no, SB 9 is not intended to apply to scrapes and replaces, if we've interpreted it right now as including that, because that's how we read the statute, the rule could still be that we could apply these to scrapes and replaces, even if HCD doesn't require us to do so. So I think if we're going to make a change based on a change in the interpretation of the law or a modification of the law, I think it would have to come back to the council. Unless it's something that we've adopted which is expressly against the law. But if it turns out the law is permissive rather than mandatory, I think it would require an actual amendment.
Well, I don't see it that, I don't know if you can hear me. I think I'm starting
Yes.
to speak. Okay. I don't see it that way because we've got express language that if there's going to be new guidance from HCD, we're going to follow that new guidance because that's not going to be permissive. Like if HCD comes out and says, no, this applies to 2 units, not 1, then I think that would be clear guidance from HCD.
I agree with you there, but what if HCD comes out and says, you don't have to apply this to the monster home application?
I think we would still have to follow that.
But HCD isn't saying you can't apply it. They're saying you don't have to apply it.
I think if we end up in a situation where HCD construes the statute less permissively than we have, and I don't predict that happening, but if that situation were to happen, I think we'd be in a situation where if we wanted to then allow something that they're saying the statute doesn't require us to allow, we would need an ordinance to allow it. I mean, we're relying at this point on the authority of the statute plus the authority of our ordinance to create design rules. But if we're going to allow something HCD later decides that under SB 9 we don't have to, I think we'd have to allow that by ordinance.
Okay, and I'm sorry to drag us through all of these details, and I apologize to the residents and the public that are listening, but this is a very significant statute. And what we do here has very significant implications for all of our neighborhoods. And it's important that we all understand what we can do, what we can't do, what we're allowed to do, permitted to do, what kind of changes could have, what kind of ramification, whether we've set ourselves up to be able to, make change quickly if there are such clarifications and so on. So thank you all for your patience, and thank you to our city attorneys for this. I have one last question. I recall, and I did not go grab the language of the statute during the break, but I recall that there's something in the break that says that if you have exercised this, you can't also exercise that within SB 9. And I don't remember exactly the thises and that's, but you can't do both things. So my question is, if someone exercises and says they want to have their project considered under SB 9, and let's say it's a scrape and replace, does that then, under the statute, preclude them from later coming back and say splitting the lot? Because that's what my recollection is it says, there's the 2 sections of the statute, right? There's the one that has to do with building 2 units on the property, on the existing lot. And then there's the second section that has to do with lot split. And it says you can't exercise both sections. So if someone exercises section 1 and says, I'm going to build my house and my ADU, and it's an SB 9 project, then they are precluded from coming back and doing a lot split, I believe, under the statute. And do we have an affirmative requirement to explain that to an applicant?
So the only 2 situations that I'm recalling that you might be referring to, and I apologize if I'm not addressing the provisions that you're speaking of, but there's one provision that if you take advantage of the ministerial approval of the houses and the lot split, the ministerial lot split, then the city is not required to allow you to build ADUs on the 2, I've been calling them parent and daughter lots. So in this case, the daughter
city's
lot.
allowed to limit you to 4 units.
Right. So there's that provision, and there's the provision that if you take advantage of the ministerial lot split, you don't get to take advantage of the ministerial lot split again for the same lot. So those are what I'm thinking of when you speak to that, but I'm not sure if there's something you're speaking of that's not coming to my mind.
Yeah, I think there's something else that says if you take advantage of the first section, you can't also take advantage of the second. But we'll just let that go let's do some further research on that, because I think it may affect the responsibility of staff in interacting with a prospective applicant on a project that is other than a lot split.
Yeah, so if we can take a look at that, and if it's something we need to deal with through the application checklist, I'm sure we can do that. We didn't kind of close the loop on the language about Appendix 3. I put some language up on the screen, and do you mind, Mayor, if we go back to that and make sure that everybody's okay
Not
with?
at all. We'll just impose on Ms. Liu again, I think, or whoever was driving.
Eric is driving on that.
Oh, okay. Please,
Um,
Eric, go ahead.
So I added a sentence to clarify and to express what was the intent all along. Appendix 3 is meant to be a guidance document pending further guidance. That's already in here at section 5 of the main body of the resolution. To clarify, based on the questions I've added, if it's okay with the council, if such guidance conflicts with anything in Appendix 3, such guidance being guidance from HCD, maybe we should clarify that, from HCD or the, if guidance from HCD or the judiciary conflicts with anything in Appendix 3, then I'm sorry, this is backwards, then
Right, yes, it's
that
backwards.
guidance shall control, then that guidance shall control. This was the intent. Is the council comfortable with that language?
Looking for heads to nod. Okay. I think we may be ready for a motion. Everybody's on mute, so if you think you're making a motion, I'm not hearing you.
And the motion should be that you're going to adopt resolution 2021. It doesn't have a number. I saw a number on one of them.
Can the resolution be that to adopt the staff recommendation subject to the changes to the resolution that council's made?
I don't know. Usually Jolie doesn't let us get away with something that simple.
Eric, you're blowing my cover here. No, so resolution, I think we adopt resolution 2021-57. Isn't that the number that was?
I thought we weren't putting numbers on for now because the
Oh, that's right. That's the new staff thing. So we were going to adopt the resolution.
Stated under discussion item 11 of today's agenda.
Yes, as amended. Yeah, adopt the resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos establishing objective standards for single-family residents to implement Senate Bill 9 with the 3 appendices as amended.
I second the city attorney's motion.
Councilmember
moved.
Ling, did you want to make a comment or make the motion?
I was going to make the motion. I was going to just say so moved, but I guess I'm seconding now.
No, it's
No, I think I need someone to make the motion.
I was just
Okay, so moved as stated by
Alright,
the city
so-
attorney.
So Councilmember Li Eng moved the motion as stated by the city attorney, seconded by Councilmember Weinberg.
I wanted to,
Clarifying question, Mayor, and this is for the city attorney. Do we need to also find that the project is exempt under SEQA?
Yes, that's part of the staff recommendation and it's part of the resolution, but it is technically a separate finding. So yes.
Yeah.
So we would amend the motion to include that we find that the project is exempt from review under SEQA per SEQA guideline section 15061B3 and 15308. And is that amendment acceptable to the maker of the motion?
Yes.
And is it acceptable to the seconder of the motion? Yes. Okay. I think we got a winner. And Ms. Meadows, you wanted to say something and Nisa had beat you to it. So she got it. Okay. City Clerk, I think we are ready for a vote.
Okay. Vice Mayor Meadows,
yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Mayor Enander,
Yes.
and Councilmember Li Eng.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
We made the city attorney's day or evening or something. So
Ew.
We will now take up the item that was deferred from our consent calendar.
Mayor,
Yes.
if we can go over the phase 2 items, I just want to appreciate that. If we can review what items we're going to add to phase 2, I'd appreciate, I want to make sure that we didn't leave anything out. And I have a list. So I just want to make sure my list is in line with everyone else's.
Okay.
Only because prior I made, we said on phase 2, we're going to address affordability. So I just want to make sure that's there too.
Okay, so can you comment on those that you are concerned may have been omitted when the city attorney was annotating the appendices?
I just want to make sure she's captured all the things we wanted as what will be addressed in phase 2, color affordability, multiple access as addressed by the residents that came forward, screenings for and maintenance for plantings, and
Yeah, I've got
addressing those items.
what I have in my notes, and I don't know if Eric's still around, but John is here. But phase 2, the earth tones that we took out, we're going to look at that. We're going to look at the landscape. We have it and landscaping, but we're going to look at that again in phase 2. And then
To include replanting or permanence issues, I think.
Yeah, because that's going to go
as well as maturity.
Yes, maturity and the maintenance. Then also the floor area ratio that was brought up, since that's in the ordinance, we can't do it in this and it needs to be an ordinance. So the floor area ratio. And I checked when we were looking through this, our language is no less than, not less than. So I guess we need to check to make that consistent, either not less than or no less than. Well, that's a consistency thing. Then plate height will be addressed in phase 2. Mature age and maintenance is going to be in phase 2. Maintain, replaced, and what that mature age means. Exterior finish and earth tones and the trims, that's going to be looked at in phase 2. And we resolved the mechanical equipment, but that's all that I have in my notes for phase 2.
So I want to clarify 2 things, if I might. I'm not sure that we still have an outstanding issue on plate height. I think we resolved that one tonight.
So if I may add something here, I believe the plate height refers to future revisit regarding if we may have tiered setback and different plate height allowance.
Okay, so with respect to setbacks.
Yeah.
Right, maybe for setbacks.
Okay, yeah, but not the actual plate height standard that we set. The other thing that I think I heard Councilmember Lee Eng mention that's from last time was whether we can impose an affordability requirement. And we said we wanted to look at that, but we couldn't do that without, obviously couldn't do that in this process. Councilmember Liang, is there anything else that you did not hear?
Affordability will have to be done in the density bonus ordinance. We're in the ordinance for the SB9 ordinance, but it needs to be in an ordinance.
Yes, we knew it had to be in an ordinance, but it was definitely on the list as a phase 2.
Yeah, and I've added that now. Yes, it's phase 2.
I want to be sure that we don't lose that.
And staff also have a note regarding the access issue.
The access issue, yes, access and safety. And how do we get fire safety issues addressed early enough in the process so as not to incommode and inconvenience or add cost to the applicant? And then Councilmember Meadows, did you have something else?
I just want to be sure we're on the same page regarding the plate heights. The plate heights were set, applied to the 4-foot setbacks. And what we talked about was that if they took a larger setback, that the daylight plane would change and adjust, and therefore the plate heights could adjust. That is my understanding of what we agreed that would be on the phase 2 list.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else before we move to item 10? Okay, so we'll move on to item 10. Councilmember Flygore, you pulled this item. You got the floor.
I did. Thank you, Mayor. And I pulled this item because I'm seeking support from my colleagues to be appointed to the Santa Clara County Cities Association Board. I requested this appointment to the mayor, but I wasn't given this appointment. So I decided to bring it to council. As you know, our norms do not leave these appointments solely to the mayor. They're subject to affirmation from the council. And I learned my first year on council, there's a reason for that. Because I still remember that first year, I did not get most of the appointments I requested. And I thought my only option was to accept those appointments. And then when we had the council meeting for the council to affirm the appointments, my colleagues on council at the time did trades and others requested, support to be appointed to different boards. So that's when I realized how the process really worked and recognized why for our city, we require affirmation from the council. And I don't make this request lightly. I am someone, as many of you know, I respect process. If someone is next in line, I'm happy to support them. If someone is keen on serving on a committee, I am happy to support them. But this is a very unique situation. As you know, I serve on the executive board for the Cities Association, and I was on the board last year. And there's several things that we've been working on last year why I'm reaching out to my colleagues and making this plea to please have me remain on the board. I will only highlight 3 of the initiatives that I was on the subcommittee of the board last year that will continue into next year. One, we're transitioning our Cities Association to a JPA. This is something our Cities Association has been trying to do for years. And I was appointed to the subcommittee, and with my background, I'd like to think I'm very useful, and that will continue into next year. We also formed a diversity and social justice subcommittee, and we met with different stakeholders, and that work will continue next year as well for the board. And then the third thing, just work coming out of ABAG that I was able to work on with the Cities Association board last year that will continue into next year. And so for those reasons, I really ask my colleagues to support me for this appointment. I realize that the first time in several years we've had this situation. I asked around, when was the last time Los Altos had a council member on the executive board? And it's been several years. So we really have not been presented with this situation where you have an existing Cities Association board member and then having a mayor who would be interested in serving on the board. I know many other cities in Santa Clara County that have faced this issue, especially in recent years. They have deferred to giving the executive board member that seat on the board because it makes sense. And so again, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I do not make this request lightly. It is I can't emphasize how important it is for me to continue serving on the Cities Association board. I want to thank the mayor for the other appointments, but this one is crucial. So thank you for allowing me to make this request.
Thank you. And so I'll just comment that overall, is there anyone else who wants to swap anything? I hope it's to each other.
No, this is what
Mr. Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. So 2 things. First, well, actually, first, thank you for the time that you put in to make these. I know you got 5 forms, and it's got to be like you're working on a giant jigsaw puzzle. Nisa, you are on the CUSD, FUSD School Issues Committee, and I'm on the LASD Committee. I'm in the CUSD, FUSD districts, and you're in the LASD district. Are you willing to swap with me?
So, as you know, I have many dear friends in that district. And if they're listening, they may not forgive me for this, but I will switch with you. I am fine switching if that works for everybody else.
Thank you. And then
Can we pause just for a moment so that the city clerk can be sure she captures these changes? So city clerk, speak up if you need more time.
No, okay, so Councilmember Weinberg is going to take the CUSD, FUSD school issues from Councilmember Fleiger and Councilmember, yeah, I've got it. They're switching.
Okay. So, and I got to tell you, Jonathan, it's closer to 3D chess. Okay, doing this. So, Councilmember Meadows. I'm sorry, you had another one?
I did. I have a concern about, I have several concerns about the legislative subcommittee. I don't think that the way the subcommittee worked last year was as efficient as it could be, and we sort of modified how we were making presentations, how things were being analyzed and discussed. And you did a fantastic job, of course, tracing things through the process. But the legislative subcommittee as proposed seems very unbalanced to me politically. And I wonder if the council would not be better served to not have a legislative subcommittee, but where members who think that there is an issue that should come before the council that we should support or oppose simply have leave to go ahead and bring them.
So originally I had thought about asking Councilmember Fleiger to serve on that because she is chair of the legislative committee for the Cities Association. But I was concerned I was overburdening her with legislative things, and nobody else really kind of fit in when I was dividing things up. I trying to balance your workloads as well, and then give both the former mayor a little bit of a break for next year after the load she carried last year, as well as respecting certain other scheduling issues that some of you have. I don't believe we can not fill it, given that it is a standing committee at this point. So I think we have to fill it.
Could we get clarification from the city attorney on that?
Sure.
So it's a standing committee. It was formed by the council, and it's not on the agenda. We could put it on the next agenda and make it more of an ad hoc. It only meets as needed, so it doesn't have a set agenda, a set time period or something like that. But maybe we should have this, put it on the future agenda for discussing the pros and cons of keeping it as a standing committee or making it more ad hoc. When something, a hot bill comes up, this ad hoc will respond to it, or you want to keep it a standing committee.
But in terms of, as long as it is a standing committee, we do, I think, need to fill it, correct?
Yes, I would. It's like a mini commission, so.
So, and while I understand your comment, Councilmember Weinberg, I'm also very clear that the council ultimately acts on its position. And so the subcommittee does not establish a position for the council. the council has to review and approve it. And I think that's a really important point and one of the reasons why we set the committee up the way we did. So my preference would be at this point to leave it because of the burdens the rest of you are all carrying right now. But I'm certainly willing to consider putting the question of having it continue in its current form before the entire council, if that's what you guys would like to do.
I think that would be a good idea because it strikes me that anyone who wants to bring a bill before the council should have the opportunity to do it. But if it is the subcommittee that is bringing it to the council, the subcommittee has the opportunity to present a report. That report becomes part of the record. I think that there is a distinct advantage. And if there is an unbalanced subcommittee, I don't think that is in the best interest of the council or the city.
Well, without acknowledging whether or not it's a balanced committee, I do acknowledge your concern about providing a mechanism where the broader council or some individual may want to surface a bill for consideration. So let's plan to agendize.
I say let's agendize it because we're getting off topic.
The matter to the committee to function going forward and whether we want to reconsider that. Anything else, Councilmember Weinberg?
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, I was going to volunteer to help with the Cities Association question. And if it helps the matter, because I do think Councilmember Flagger's point is an important one. And I think the continuity on the executive committee would be important. So I would be willing to forego being the alternate if then between the two of you, you could figure that out somehow. But so I'm volunteering to, I guess I would keep alternate on selection committee, but not be alternate on board of directors.
Okay. So, well, thank you for that offer. The Cities Association, there's no question, serves as a very important countywide body and has done that for a very long time, I think more than 30 years now. My observation of it is that it's provided for collaboration on countywide issues and been a forum for new ideas and coordinated action, both on a countywide basis and also among subsets of cities. Continuity, which I agree is terribly important. Continuity and management of the organization is provided by the executive board. And we definitely have officers who serve 2 or more years. I know that former Mayor Pepper, I believe, served 2 years on the executive board of directors and was the last person from our city who served. And I think that was 2016, 17 is my memory. And I know obviously former Mayor Flagger, Councilmember Flagger has indicated that, she has served the past 2 years and will continue to serve next year and will be one of the vice presidents. And I congratulate her for that. And also will serve as one of the members of the executive board always does as the chair of the legislative committee. And it is because of that position on the legislative committee that I would like to see her serve as our city's representative on that committee, because basically the city doesn't ever get 2 votes on anything. So makes sense for her to be there and be the vote of the city. The primary acting body of the Cities Association is the board of directors. And while they have expanded to have some other committee activities, such as the Diversity and Social Justice Committee that was formed this year, basically the board functions with a representative from each city. Each city sets their own process for how they appoint their delegate, if I can, or representative, if I can call it that. Los Altos, and this is the most common with the cities in the county, rotates its mayor yearly, and thus there is usually a turnover of the delegate who is at the Cities Association Board of Directors. This offers fresh insights, new energies, and ideas. And it's usually the mayors who have by then 2 or more years experience and understand both what the cities association is doing and what the countywide issues are that makes them capable of functioning very well on that board. Los Altos, as you all know, has a long practice of having the mayor serve as the board representative, unless the mayor has a work conflict or for some other reason prefers not to serve. We have had that case where we've had a mayor who preferred not to serve and offered up and convinced someone else to take the position. I asked Mr. Maginot earlier today how long it's been that the mayor was the delegate if the mayor wanted to be, and his recollection that that's at least for the past 12 years that he has been here. It's also been customary to appoint the vice mayor as alternate, and that is why I asked and indicated that Councilmember Meadows was my selected alternate for the other 2 positions. And while I esteem the competence and willingness of Councilmember Flagler to serve as our city's representative, in addition to serving on the executive board and on the legislative committee, this selection has long been the prerogative of the mayor. In fact, on the sheet that the city clerk distributed to all of us, which created the basis from which I played my 3D chess game, it indicates the next to the cities association board position, parenthetically, it says mayor is primary. That is certainly our convention. Nevertheless, as Councilmember Flagler pointed out, the appointments by the mayor are to be affirmed by the council. I also want to add that in addition to the business of the cities association, participating on the board allows for the development of informal networking among the serving mayors and allows us to work with each other more closely on issues that may not reach across the entire county, but might involve 2 or 3 other cities. I believe our city would benefit from the additional networking and connections that I have and would develop as the representative of our city, meeting monthly with other representatives, again, of mostly mayors. I've looked forward to serving in this position after being appointed by Mayor Pepper during my first year on council to serve on the legislative committee of the Cities Association, and having served as alternate during the past year, having either attended or listened to all of the meetings, I'm very much familiar with all of the issues that Councilmember Flagler raised. The JPA is horribly critical, and she will continue to play a very important role in getting that across the finish line as a member of the executive board. Finally, I think it would be a grave error to usurp the long-standing precedent and prerogative of the mayor to serve as the city's representative to the Cities Association of Santa Clara County if it is the mayor's desire to do so. And it is certainly my desire to do so. So with all due respect to Councilmember Flagler, I would prefer that my colleagues affirm me as the representative to the board of directors for the Cities Association. May I suggest that we perhaps vote on all of the other assignments with the change as agreed between Mayor Flagler or Councilmember Flagler and Councilmember Weinberg, and then take up this other matter. Councilmember Flagler, did you want to add something? You're on mute.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to respond to some of the points you made as our colleagues consider this request. Again, everything you said about custom, as I've said before, I respect custom. Someone's next in line, I definitely would normally support that person stepping up to that leadership position. I know in some other jurisdictions, they don't always do that. This, as I have said, is a very unique situation, and I would not be asking our colleagues to support me on this unless it was very, very important. So I do want to point out 2 things. One, not every member of our executive board is a mayor, or Mayor Enander's point. It depends on the city. There's some mayors, as we've both said, who would opt not to do it. There's some mayors who will give the position to the executive committee member because they recognize that that person is attending the meetings, is engaged, is working on these different subcommittees. There's also a divide between what the executive committee member works on versus what an executive board member works on. So there are things that I've been working on as a board member that as a committee member, I would not be able to work on. And, you know, there are many reasons. And so it's very important that I remain on the Cities Association board this coming year with all due respect to our mayor. Very important that I get this support. So thank you.
Councilmember Lee Eng, did you want to, you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. And we've heard from both of you, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. I think as a former mayor, I would like to say that every mayor should have an opportunity to enjoy their mayoral term to the fullest. And I think it's about a matter of, and I heard both of your wishes. But I think we want to let the mayor decide, make that determination, and allow the mayor to be able to serve in the capacity in which they are allowed to do so. And I hope it's about, we do respect the wishes of the mayor, because I just don't think that if you were mayor, I mean, and we did that to you, it's just, every mayor should be able to have that opportunity to enjoy their term to the best decision they thought possible. Thank you. I would like to move that we approve everything else, Mayor, or I'd like to move that we approve all decisions that have already been determined on your committee assignments and commission assignments. I move that we vote to accept your suggested recommendations with the amended changes as agreed upon by Councilmember Weinberg and Flygore.
Do we have a second?
You're free to second.
Okay, I'll second the motion. I'm sorry, Mayor Flygore, go ahead. I'm sorry,
I wanted
Councilmember
you to
Flygore.
second it. No. I wanted you to second it, and I wanted to clarify another point, just responding to the vice mayor. She had offered the alternate position, and for me, I defer to council on who they believe is best, either the mayor to serve in the alternate role, so she could get some of that experience that was mentioned, or if the council wants the vice mayor to have that alternate role. My request is specific to the primary board member position. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. I'm sorry, Council, let me clarify the motion. The motion on the floor is from Councilmember Lee Eng is to accept the mayor's recommended appointments with the one exchange between Councilmember Weinberg and Councilmember Flygore with respect to the two school district assignments.
Can I amend my motion?
Certainly.
I amend the motion that Councilmember Flygore be the alternate to the Cities Association.
For the board position or for the board and the selection committee?
For the board position.
For the board position.
And I'm not interested in either of those positions. That's not my request.
Okay, so we're back to the original motion.
Mayor,
Yes.
I was going to make, I preferred your approach that you had suggested, so I'm going to make another motion, which is to approve all the suggested assignments, including the switch between council members Flagger and Weinberg, but with the exception of this one in question, because I really feel that you guys can work it out, but we should at least get all the rest of them settled, and then we can work it out. But let's at least get the ones that we know we all agree on the table. So that's my second motion.
A substitute motion.
Yes.
That would include all of the assignments except for the 3 cities association positions, or the 1 city association?
Just the one, just the board of directors.
Okay. Is there a second for the substitute motion? Councilmember Weinberg?
I'm sorry, not a second. Point of clarification. If we're going to leave that position unfilled tonight, what is the plan moving forward?
Councilmember Meadows, do you want to address that?
I was just going to say, we take a vote, we know everything else is, and then we can continue to discuss tonight, or we can discuss what our plan to move forward with it is. But I don't think we want to hold up all the appointments. And I really feel that the mayor and Councilmember Flagger can probably reach some agreement. But I'm just recommending we make this, and then we can decide what comes next.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Meadows, seconded by Councilmember Lee Eng, to approve the mayor's recommendations with respect to all positions except the board of directors, delegate, and alternate for the cities association. So will the city clerk call the vote?
Sure. Councilmember Lee Eng,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
and Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes 5-0.
And I mean, I can address, since it was my request to remove the item, and Vice Mayor, I'm not sure if you have a suggestion that you think would resolve it. I really don't believe there's any other solution apart from deciding between the 2 of us to appoint one to the board, and one is the alternate. And as I said before, for many reasons, having me on the board, that's my request. If I thought the alternate position would suffice, I would happily take it, but it really doesn't. And so I am open to hearing if you have suggestions about how you think this could be resolved, but I am ready to make a motion to appoint myself to the Cities Association board. I'm indifferent about if you or the mayor wants to hold the alternate position, but the key request here, again, for many reasons, is to appoint me to the Cities Association board.
Mr. Weinberg.
Nisa, to accomplish the goals that you laid out for us at the beginning, do you need the appointment for the entire year, or is there a point at which those goals would be accomplished?
So that may be a suggestion, Councilmember Weinberg. I am open to the appointment maybe for the first 6 months, and seeing where we are with all the different initiatives that we're trying to cover. And maybe that's one way to, I don't want to say split but I would be open to that. If I'm appointed for the first 6 months, and then we could revisit this or make that determination tonight. But I actually am open to that suggestion of appointing me now to serve for the first 6 months. So I'm happy to make that motion. I know it's getting late. And since I removed the item, I don't see any hands. So I'm happy to move to appoint me to the Cities Association Board as the primary representative for Los Altos for the first 6 months, effective today.
I'll second.
Councilmember Weinberg seconds Mayor or Councilmember Flagger's motion to appoint Councilmember Flagger to the Cities Association Board of Directors. And and Councilmember Weinberg second. So is there any other comment?
I would appreciate hearing, Mayor, if that, I know that's not your optimal scenario. I think we're beyond an optimal for the both of you, unfortunately. Would that 6 months, if you were alternate the first 6 and then moved into the role, I mean, is that workable for you? I mean, you both want this, and I think we all want to support the both of you. And so it's very difficult. Mayor, what do you think?
I appreciate the sentiment. I appreciate your support, and I appreciate the attempt at splitting the baby. I would like you to go forward with your vote. So,
Shall I take the vote?
I
please,
think, Mayor,
go ahead, Councilmember Liang.
I think what we want to hear is we want to get a good understanding as how you feel about the motion. I am concerned that, you know, this is your mayoral term, and we really would like to support you as a mayor. So I think it would be helpful for us to hear how you feel about this motion.
I think I was pretty clear in my statement what my feeling is. I believe that this is an abrogation of a practice that is very unwise. And so while I respect the support of my colleagues and the proposed way of doing this, and I appreciate Councilmember Flagger's willingness to look at this after 6 months, it's not a motion I will support. But I think we should proceed with the vote so we can get through the rest of our agenda.
Shall I take the vote, Mayor?
Please.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
This is on the 6th month.
yes.
Yes.
Mayor Enander,
No.
Councilmember Lee Ing,
No.
Councilmember Flagger.
Yes. And I do want to take the opportunity to thank my colleagues, all my colleagues, regardless how they voted on this motion. I really appreciate it. Again, I would not have made this request had it not been important for me to stay in this role. And the 6 months is what we are agreeing to today. And I appreciate Councilmember Weinberg coming up with this solution. So thank you.
So given the outcome of the vote, I will offer to my colleagues to serve in the alternate role for these initial 6 months so that we can have some continuity, speaking of continuity.
Mayor, does that mean? I'm sorry. Councilmember Weinberg, go ahead.
If that was a motion, I was seconding it.
I would prefer not to make the motion. If someone else wants to make the motion, I would appreciate it.
I move that Mayor Enander be appointed to the alternate role on the Board of Directors of the Cities Association.
I second that.
Will the city clerk please call the roll?
I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Liang.
But then I think that you could still remain I'd like to clarify, because I think you could still remain the main role as the select committee member now. And
yes,
I
we approved that.
Okay.
Yeah, we approved that on the very first motion.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I'm so confused now. Okay.
So thank you for allowing us to clarify that.
Would you like me to take the vote?
Please.
Thank you.
Wait. One more question, please.
Yes,
Just
Councilmember Liang.
for you to remain the alternate for the first 6 months, and then who's the alternate for the second 6 months? The vice mayor, and then you become the regular appointee, or?
I think there would need to be a new action if we were to change representatives mid-year at whatever point.
Aren't we already changing because we have made an agreement? I'm confused by the motion that was approved. So then if there's something else I'm concerned about, I mean, if someone made a suggestion about politics earlier, I'm concerned about politics now. So I'd like some clarification.
Mayor Flagger, what is your understanding?
Is this
Councilmember Flagger, what is your understanding?
Thank you, Mayor. My understanding is the motion that passed appointed me to the Cities Association Board as the primary representative for the first 6 months starting today. So at the end of the 6 months, I agree with the mayor, we would need to have another decision as council who would be appointed to the second half of the year in those positions, both the primary position and the alternate position.
That is my understanding as well. So I think we're back to a vote.
So can we repeat the vote so I'm clear?
Would you like me to repeat the motion?
Sure, thank you.
It was a motion made by Councilmember Weinberg, seconded by Vice Mayor Meadows, appointing Mayor Enander as the alternate to the Board of Directors, Santa Clara County Cities Association Board of Directors for the 6 months.
Thank you.
So are you ready for me to call the vote?
Yes, thank you, clerk. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Flagger?
Yes.
Councilmember Li Ying?
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
And Mayor Enander?
Yes, thank you all.
Thank you.
That concludes our standard order of business for up through and to now item number 13, the American Rescue Plan Act expenditures. And for this, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Maginot. And by the way, we are a half an hour from our 11 o'clock. There is a chance we're going to get out of here by 11. In any event, I think we'll get through our entire agenda tonight.
And I will do my best to contribute to getting out of here by 11. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I do not have anything additional to add beyond what was in the staff report. This discussion is at the request of the council, who a number of months ago asked that we bring an item to discuss potential discretionary uses of the American Rescue Plan Act dollars. And so that's what this staff has presented for the council.
So does anyone have questions for staff? Okay, do we have any member of the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Yes, you do. I see 2 hands so far, 3 hands.
I'm going to just wait a few more seconds while people find their buttons. And ask that we, oh, there we have 4. Ask that we give people 2 minutes, please.
Okay.
I know these folks, I know they can be succinct.
Give me just a second here, trying to get my timer up and running.
Thank you, Claire.
Okay, so our first speaker is Gary Hedden, followed by Roberta.
Good evening, honored mayor and city council. I'll try to be very brief. I'm the a resident of the city, of course, but I'm also the board president for the Los Altos History Museum. The city acquired the J. Gilbert Smith House, marking the start of the Los Altos History Museum in 1977 as a treasured city asset. We have worked with the city ever since in a long-standing relationship to preserve and protect our historical heritage. We now have a museum in addition to the Smith House. We offer an ever-changing series of exhibitions, currently Annie Knapp Fitz Paints, programs for all ages, including our popular 3rd and 4th grade tours, school tours, and our teen docent program. A gala event coming up February 5th is Dancing Through the Decades, the Roaring 20s. It will be fun, and I hope to see you there. The past 2 years have been very challenging. Even with relief funding, we ran a significant deficit, and additional support tonight will be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hedden.
Our next speaker is Roberta.
Hi, this is Roberta. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So in just a couple of weeks from now, I saw on the future agenda items, you're going to be discussing the budget and the CIP. And, you know, I've attended the retreats for the last 6 years, and, you know, we have over 60 CIP projects in the queue, a lot underfunded or not funded. For example, the Grand Park, the electricity that needs to be upgraded. We have, vehicles that need to be replaced. And I really think that you should the fund and allocate it after you've evaluated all the other projects and see where is the most needed essential projects that need to be funded now. Infrastructure continues to decay, for any other better word. And, I really hope that you have all the information in front of you before you decide where you're going to spend the money. I hope you do not spend the money frivolously. There are lots of good ideas. There's lots of people who want some of the money, but you really have a strong fiduciary responsibility under COVID to be the way that you spend your money. And it'll be very telling if you go outside of any infrastructure or CIP projects. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth.
Hi, this is Dr. Elizabeth Ward, the Executive Director of the Los Altos History Museum. And I wanted to second what Board President Hedden just commented on, and to just provide a bit more hope that although I completely understand the city has many different priorities, I think the spirit of this funding was specifically in regard to the hardships that COVID-19 represented to so many of our institutions, including, of course, the nonprofit sector. And as you know, we were closed, and because of our zip code and our location, we were ineligible for second and third round PPP funding. We had over a $50,000 shortfall in our budget last year. So your gesture tonight, just being even considered at all, being on the list, we're just very, very appreciative of that. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janine Valadez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I'm a park commissioner, but speaking as a resident tonight. I want to support state my support for the staff recommendations. And then in terms of the other expenditures, I just want to make a couple of comments. On the heels of Mr. Hedden and Ms. Ward's comments about the museum, I see the museum as an instrumental way and a strategic way that the city can tell a more clear and accurate story of its history, especially as our city continues to grow, whether it's through housing or through a greater diversity. And I feel so strongly about that. I believe that helping that museum continue to be a viable entity in our community is extremely important. Additionally, I kind of look at the other nonprofits as they were frontline workers during the pandemic to so many people. And they had to run at very thin margins and had to run with very few people. So anything we can do to help them is important. Of course, at the same time, we have to take care of our infrastructure. So I understand that importance. I look forward to your discussion on these topics, and I hope that you can hit all the marks on these points. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we can close public comment. I don't see any other hands. Bring it back. And I have a clarifying question for Mr. Maginot. Mr. Maginot, my reading of the staff report is that the items that are listed and were budgeted have already been approved, and that question is not what is before us. Rather, the question is the remaining funds is shown on page 4 of the staff report, the 291,499. I think the question is, do we want to commit those in some way tonight, or do we want to defer how we want to spend that potentially till we have our mid-year budget review? Do I have that right, or have I missed something?
No, that you're exactly correct.
Okay, so I want to reassure members of the public that the numbers that are shown there that have been allocated for other important organizations are already committed, and those aren't going away. Councilmember Flagler, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. So thanks for that clarification, Mayor. That was very helpful because I know we had members or executives from the History Museum, and they're already identified as a recipient of some of these funds. So I want to first say I am supportive of moving the determination of how we use funds to when we have our priority setting discussion and have it in the broader context of what our priorities are and how we want to spend our funds, both reserve funds, but also general funds. And in the context of our different CIP projects. But I do want to hit on something one of our speakers said, Dr. Ward, which is the intent of these ARPA funds were really to help jurisdictions and communities, help them dig out of the hole that we all found ourselves in because of COVID. and we don't know what next year holds. I mean, we're all, going through COVID still today with the new variant, and who knows, what's coming next year. So with all those different considerations, I think we would be remiss as a council, though, not to actually discuss, other ways we could potentially use these funds, whether it's tonight or in January, because as we know, other jurisdictions have used these funds to support staff. They've used these funds to support residents, because it's their way of saying we were all in this together. This is how we want to give back some of these ARPA funds to our community directly versus doing the CIP project, infrastructure improvements. All these other great things would benefit our community, but it's not as direct as some of the other steps other cities have taken. And so my question for you, Mr. Maginot, let me start with, are there ways, and I don't know if you've been able to look at other jurisdictions, but are there ways we could use these funds, not all of them, not the entire 291, but to support staff? Have you seen what other jurisdictions have done, or any ideas how we could use some of these funds to support staff? And I know Palo Alto recently gave, I think, is it an extra holiday for their staff? So just curious, Mr. Maginot.
Sure. Well, and I will try to be very careful in my response, given the fact that I am staff, and could presumably benefit from what council may decide. I do know that a number of jurisdictions have done a variety of whether it's additional pay, bonus pay, additional time off. There's a wide range of options and actions that jurisdictions have used. Other jurisdictions have not used it for to pay staff or to provide extra benefits to staff. And so it's entirely at the discretion of the council on that matter. And I will not make a recommendation either way.
Thank you, Mr. Maginot. And I think I might be able to accelerate this by taking just a quick poll, if my colleagues will indulge me. And that is, I think we have the option either to discuss this further and try to talk about where we might use these tonight, or to defer this discussion and place these funds in basically the category of let's look at it when we look at the mid-year. Can I ask each of you what your preference would be, or does Mr. England want to make a comment before I do that?
Yes, Mayor, if I could make a comment real quick.
Sure.
Just to clarify, so to make sure we're all on the same page, and I'm reading from the report, the ARPA fund received of 3.6 million are all these funds are in the general fund right now. We've identified the 2.68 million, which we need to balance the budget. If we move down from there, we are requesting council use ARPA funds and authorize 150,000 for COVID-19 response. And moving down the list, the remaining funds of 291,000 is what we're intending to be discretionary for this evening. So I just want to make sure we have clarity on that.
Yes, indeed. I think we do. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Flagger. So in the end, do you want to discuss this tonight, or do you want to put these funds in future discussion?
I am fine moving this for future discussion, not future, but definitely when we have a priority
Mid-year.
budget discussion.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
Yes, I want to wait till after our retreat. Thank you.
Councilmember Meadows.
I agree we should wait. I just want to confirm that everything in that table that is suggested that we allocate, that we do allocate that. And so the remaining funds that we're deferring discussing is the $291,499. I just want to confirm, because I don't think we necessarily did that all those other line items we're accepting, and I would accept them.
So I'm going to go back to the city manager and say, I believe that the council member is looking at the table that says a breakdown of ARPA funds for FY 21-22 is below. The amount received 3.5 and change, amount used to balance the budget 2.6 and change, etc. That is the table. The first lines, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of expenditures are already committed out of that 3.598. And the amount of money that we would be deciding about in the future is the balance 291,000. I'm pretty sure that's what you just said, but let's be absolutely certain we all agree on this.
Yes, Mayor, that's correct. And I was trying to provide clarity. So if there was a motion that we could use the funds in that manner.
So do you want a motion to use the funds above the remaining funds line?
Yes, that is correct, Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I confer with my colleagues. I'm fine deferring.
Okay, then I will entertain a motion to approve the expenditure of the funds shown on page 4 of the staff report, beginning with amount used to balance the budget, including COVID-19 response, ARPA funds expended, Chamber of Commerce contribution, and new financial enterprise system. Does anybody want to make that motion?
So
To
moved.
defer decision on the rest of that funds, the balance of 291,499 to our mid-year budget discussion.
So moved.
So moved by Councilmember Meadows. Councilmember Lee Eng, I see your hand up.
I'd be glad to second that motion.
Great. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ying,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
and Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Mayor Enander, you are on mute.
Sorry, I'm so practiced at being on mute. I got to get practiced on unmuting. We'll now move to item 14, the tentative council agenda, and I'd like to turn this one over to our city clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Basically, I really have nothing to add to the report other than there should be 2 dates added to the tentative calendar, which would reflect the council's retreat dates. I don't believe that was on there. This is an evolving document. It changes daily. So, and you have the opportunity to add agendas, or excuse me, to add agenda items to this tentative calendar at each meeting under the future the future agenda items section. That's all I have to add.
And what I would like to do is, rather than doing that later on our agenda under information items and future agenda items, if anyone has any future agenda items that they want to add or other comments about what is on our tentative calendar, I'll just go around the group and ask for comments. Councilmember Lee Eng, your hand is raised. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, several times I have requested that we have the empathy training on the calendar, and I got a support for that, and it has not made the calendar, so I'd like to add that on. The other thing is I would like the staff to look at our tree protection policy and recommended planting list and our urban tree canopy. I'd like that to be coming back on the calendar, and I requested that in the past and got support for that too, but it's never made the calendar. So how do we add that now?
And I concurred, I believe, with both of those, so I think we can get those added.
Are they not under the future, way at the very bottom?
Did we miss them?
Let me see if I can.
And it might help, Ms. Chalamangos, to put the list up if you don't mind.
Yes, let me try to do that.
I don't see it.
Meanwhile, Councilmember, whoops. The city attorney raised her hand. Always defer to the city attorney.
No, I was just going to report that we're going to have our commission liaison training Friday and the density bonus ordinance.
Oh, that's an information item. You get to sit on that till we get to the information items, please.
There yet? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm confused.
We're
Sorry.
still on item 14. I said we were going to move up the additions of agenda items from later to item 14. So sorry for the confusion.
So can the council see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so at the bottom of your the dates at the end of the year, if you will, there's these future agenda topics to be scheduled. So there is, I did see the empathy training, discussion regarding anti-bias training, diversity and empathy training.
Great.
Okay, and then I believe you mentioned one about tree canopy.
There was one about trees. There was a study session about the tree canopy up above.
It's in blue. Yeah.
It's blue. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Maybe there. So that
I think what the council member is
But it's not.
is to expand that to include the tree protection, a look at the tree protection ordinance, as well as the list of approved trees, the list of recommended trees. That's what I heard. Did I get that correct, council member?
That's correct. That's tree protection policy or recommended planting list, and then the urban tree canopy.
Okay, so if we can amend this line item to include those, would be helpful.
okay, I need to actually pull up a different document to
Okay, so just leave this. We'll make sure it gets added. Councilmember Weinberg?
Thank you, Mayor. So 3 items.
I said Councilmember Weinberg. Sorry.
I thought you said Flagler. Sorry.
I thought you said Flagler too.
Maybe I did.
I have 2 recommendations or 2 requests to add to our calendar. One is we've already talked about looking at an ordinance that might require some SB9 units to be BMR. Can we expand that just to look at ways of incentivizing BMR housing in Los Altos, BMR development? I think there's a lot of things that we could do above and beyond what's going on with SB9 to encourage BMR housing, whether it's some kind of an affordable housing overlay or a waiver of fees. Let's take a look at it beyond just the context of SB9.
My comment to that, Councilmember Weinberg, would be that's a part and parcel of what the housing element effort is going to do. Those are part of the policies that we need to look at and enhance as part of our housing element.
Is there any reason that we can't do it as a separate item? My concern about waiting with the housing element is that we're not even going to get to a draft of the housing element until April. But presumably the question of whether we're going to require some SB9 units to be BMR is going to be coming up much more quickly. And it just seems to me that it's part and parcel of the same overall policy that we want to promote in the city.
Mr. England, do you want to comment on that with respect to staff?
Mayor, we'd certainly be happy to bring it forward earlier if that was what council would like to see. You are also correct that it would be part of the policy review of the housing element and would go into the document that was our draft. But I really think bringing it forward earlier or as part of the normal process is up to council.
Thank you. We can certainly add it here if you have support for that, Mr. Weinberg. I'm only concerned about the staff demands and kind of duplicating effort with the housing element, but I'll defer to the wishes of my colleagues. And Ms. Houston, you have your hand up again. Is that intentional?
No, I just forgot.
Okay, it's all right. I just don't want to miss you.
Okay.
And before I go anywhere else, Mr. Weinberg, did you have anything else?
I did, Madam Mayor. I wonder if my colleagues would agree with me that it might be useful for the city to write a letter to our state representatives, Assemblymember Berman and Senator Becker, pointing out sort of the monster house problem that we talked about earlier tonight with SB 9 and pointing out that the unintended consequence and asking if they could try to get clarification from us, either from their colleagues or through state staff.
Okay. And anything else?
No.
Okay, then I'll look for support from one or more of your colleagues on one or both of those items.
Mayor.
Yes.
So I support Councilmember Weinberg's request related to identifying different ways we can incentivize BMRs in Los Altos. I do think it will be wrapped up in the housing element update, but I wouldn't want it delayed if we're thinking, oh, let's wait until it makes sense to incorporate it into the housing element update. So I support bringing that forward as soon as possible and as soon as it makes sense to do that.
Okay, great. Yes, Councilmember Meadows.
I was going to say I support a letter. I think they're probably going to be trying to clarify this anyway, and we'll find out when they do, regardless of a letter, but I don't see, I mean, I think it's good to make it top of mind for them, and maybe they'll get lots of letters requesting clarification.
Righty. And then do you have anything else that you'd like to see on this list?
I wasn't, you're asking me now, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want clarification. I think something's messed up in my calendar on the dates and times for our two retreat dates. I have the dates right, I think, but the times kind of moved around or something. So if just in an email, if Ms. Chelamangas could fill us in, I'd appreciate that.
Great. I know she was good. She's good at that.
I will do that.
Is there anyone else who has anything else that you want covered here?
I do, Mayor.
Okay, you've disappeared off my screen, and you know what that's like. So
Oh, I do. So just three quick items. One, the item that is the proclamation from Michael Handel, City Clerk, I think we can remove. That was something we were trying to do last year, and it didn't work out. So I think we can remove that item from the future agenda list. Also, I wasn't sure what the community engagement program item was, City Clerk or Mr. England. If someone could explain what that item is on the future list. It just says community engagement program.
Well, honestly, to tell you, I don't know. I sort of inherited this list, so there may have been things from.
I think I know what that might be, but I'll check in with Mr. England. There's been some discussion about whether the ad hoc committee on the housing element community engagement should have its charter reevaluated and perhaps extended. I'm not sure that item captures that thought, but that's what I had heard about.
Mayor,
I was going to raise that one. I was going to make that request to expand the scope for the housing element update subcommittee. That's separate.
Yeah,
This has been on the list.
Mayor, I believe this item was referring to the creation of the engagement subcommittee for RENA.
So then it can be
We can
deleted.
probably remove it at this point.
Yep.
I will remove that. Thank you.
And Councilmember Flagger, I know you have more.
So the last item is as a future agenda item, hopefully at the next council meeting, if possible, mayor and city manager, is to have a discussion item on expanding the role of the housing element update subcommittee, which consists of myself and the mayor. As you know, the limited scope when we formed the subcommittee was to solely focus on community engagement. But as the mayor and I have learned, along with city staff, having us be involved in other parts of the process could really prove valuable. So I don't want to get into
We're not going to we're not going to argue the merits. So thank you. And we will get that scheduled at a time to make sure that we don't ever transgress the bounds of our assignment. Is that all you have then? Okay. And Councilmember Lee Eng, did you have something else? You're on mute.
Oh, no, sorry, my hand was raised.
Okay,
I
so
don't know.
just checking
It was from
again.
earlier.
Anybody have anything else? Okay, then I'll be working with the staff and through Mr. England on how we're going to schedule all this good stuff going forward. And now we will close item 14 and move to information items only from anyone. Councilmember Meadows.
I was going to give a report, but I don't have an informational item.
Okay, any informational items? Raise your hand if you have an informational item. Otherwise, council reports. We'll take council reports first. So Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, I held office hours last week. I think it was last Friday. And they were the first live in-person council office hours since the pandemic. And it was outside Red Berry, and it was fun. It was real live people. And so we had a group discussion. So it was nice that it just wasn't one person from the virtual waiting room and then the next and the next. So that worked out well. Just wanted to let you all know.
Great. Councilmember Weinberg, anything?
No.
Councilmember Lee Eng?
None.
Councilmember Flagger?
No.
Okay, and Sally, I will get used to calling.
But I did have a question for Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, and we're going to have to
How
start
many people
calling her
were-
vice mayor, folks. I've been bad
sorry.
all evening.
Sorry, Vice Mayor, I just wanted to ask how many people showed up to your open office hours? I missed that.
Oh, yeah, I didn't say. So I would say, so I had, so Sonia and Anthony Carnesecca were there because they were having a meeting and a phone conference, and then they came over and joined me after that. And there was like nobody for the first half hour, and they felt bad for me because I'm like scrolling on my phone. But then like 6 people showed up, 6 or kind of all at the same time, 6 or 7. I'm not sure that I exactly counted. And it was really neat to see all everyone got interested in everyone else's issues. And it was just so nice to see real people.
Right. So I don't have anything to add right now. I do have a question for staff. This is probably for Mr. Maginot, who I know is still with us. And that is whether there is any impact from the governor's latest order with respect to indoor masking. I don't think at first cut it changes anything for us given the county order, but you're the expert, so tell us.
I would have to look into exactly what the governor's orders were, but I doubt that there will be any changes for us, as Santa Clara County was fairly restrictive in its requirements to begin with.
That was my belief. If that turns out not to be the case, can we get something out to council so that we can
Yes.
update our understanding?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. England, do you have anything else?
Yes, Mayor, just one thing, and Vice Mayor is being modest. She had standing room only at one point. There was a line to speak. It was amazing. January 18th at 4 and 22nd at 9 a.m. will be the dates of the retreat. We're going to meet at the planning session, as we're calling it, in person in the community center, likely in the Grand Oak Room, but we reserved a smaller room just in case. Right now, we intend to have the meeting open to the public and the press, and finalizing the agenda to get it out to council for review. But right now, our 2-day extravaganza is set to have 4 parts: understanding the budget and financial condition, employee recruitment and retention, maintenance improvement of city facilities. That one was long. That was a long scroll. And council policy decisions on day 2. So we'll finalize this, Mayor, with you, and then we'll get it out to the council for review. So we have plenty of time prior to the first of the 2 meetings.
Right, so this one will be a little different than what we've done in the last few years, where we'll have great presentations from staff about critical issues to make sure we're all on the same page and all having the same understanding, and then framing the policy questions and the priority questions that staff needs us to answer so that we can have a constructive and effective year. So much thanks to staff. They're working very hard on this, I know. City Attorney Houston, your hand is up and your video's on, so you must really want to talk.
No, I just wanted to update people that the liaison training is going to happen this Friday, and that the density bonus ordinance is going to Planning Commission. No, it's not going on the December 16th, but it's going in January. So it is going to proceed. I think it's going to be the first meeting in January because the agenda is due this week. So we're working on that. And can I have the dates again for the retreats? It's 1/18. And what's the other date?
We'll have the city clerk send out a reminder calendar invite, but it's the 18th at 4 and the 22nd at 9.
And because the new assignments will begin now, I don't believe there's much in the way of commission meetings between now and the end of the year. So my suggestion would be that we each reach out to the staff liaisons for our commissions between now and the first of the year, and just get an update and some transfer of knowledge. If the commission's not otherwise familiar to you, that you talk with your staff liaison and find out what's going on, what's hot, take a look at their work plan, and so on, so that you're ready to go, know what's going on when we have our first meetings with our new commission assignments. Anything else anybody has? Then I will adjourn our meeting and wish you all the best for the rest of this year and the holidays, and we'll see you next year.
Happy holidays. Thank you.
Happy holidays to everyone.
Take care, everyone.
Happy holidays.